Welcome everyone to Ethereum in the Enterprise 2020. Today is an extra special day in the Ethereum community as it's the 5th anniversary of Ethereum's initial launch. I want to start out by congratulating the community on 5 years of tremendous development and hard work. I'm Jack Leahy, the membership director at the EEA, and I'll be your MC for today. The event today is really focused on those interested in exploring blockchain use cases, applications, and technical insights. There are just so many things happening in the industry right now to really be excited about. From quadratic funding to prediction markets to carbon emissions accounting, and from new strategies in DeFi to the great emergence of use cases on the Ethereum public network, it really feels like we're just warming up and starting to hit our stride. And did I mention Medalla or ETH 2.0? We'll save that for later. Some quick logistics. You'll notice that in the event breaks, as well throughout, we'll have a series of polls and surveys. Please feel free to participate and get a gauge on what the audience is also feeling. Although we disabled the chat function on Zoom, we encourage the audience to use the Q&A to ask questions of the presenters. With a full packed schedule, we're going to keep things rolling today. We'll try to field a couple questions prior to moving on to the next speaker. And with that said, let's kick things off. I'm pleased to welcome to the stage two people who are key to the Ethereum ecosystem and are even more active community members. John Whalen, Managing Director of Digital Innovation at Santander Bank and Chairman of the EA Board, as well as York Rhodes, Co-founder of Blockchain at Microsoft and a board member of the EA. John and York, take it away.
Thanks, Jack.
Thank you very much, Jack. Wow, what a great confluence of events. To have the inaugural Enterprise Ethereum Alliance seminar on exactly the same date as the 5th birthday of the Ethereum Mainnet. I know it doesn't seem like it happened by accident, but it did. My name is John Whelan. I'm the chairman of the board of the Enterprise Ethereum Alliance, the EA. But in my day job, I'm also the managing director of digital investment banking and innovation at Banco Santander. Where we do a lot of work on topics related to blockchain, distributed ledger technology, artificial intelligence, robotics, all of the interesting technologies. And one of these interesting technologies that it has been for us since my early days at Banco Santander, starting in 2016, has been Ethereum technology. We've seen since the launch of the Ethereum Mainnet 5 years ago, early interest from the financial industry in this concept of shared ledger systems. And why is that? That's because a bank and financial companies at their heart are really just ledgers. They're records of who owns what or who owes what to who. And actually that's what gave us the early idea going back to 2015, 2016 to begin to form blockchain groups internally, which began in the enterprise environment to grow and ultimately became the Enterprise Ethereum Alliance in 2017. I'm delighted to welcome my good friend and great colleague, York Rhodes from Microsoft. York, quick background on yourself, maybe a quick introduction.
Yeah, thank you, John. Excited to be here on this momentous date, especially with friends and colleagues. So my name is York Rhodes. I co-founded Blockchain at Microsoft. And the timeline, John, is very similar. This actually my journey started in 2015, and I got together with Marley Gray, who is also a former board member of the Enterprise Ethereum Alliance, to really look at the markets. He was in the fintech space, I was in the partner space, and so I spent all of my time sort of developing Microsoft's relationship with the partner community in the open source space. And so that's the beginning of our journey. My journey very much sort of mirrors the journey of Microsoft because my initial sort of catalyst was having been at Microsoft in the early 90s when we sort of had some missteps around the internet in terms of recognizing what was going to happen, and the value proposition there was really to not let that happen again. I just felt that it was an important journey to be on for a company like Microsoft. And so I decided that that was going to be my mission for the next N number of years, and still doing it today.
So, but before Microsoft got interested in blockchain and Ethereum technology, I'm guessing you had a personal interest in it yourself. You probably had done some work. Where did you first discover Ethereum, and when did you begin to realize that it actually could have potential for business use?
Yeah, so not to go into too much history, just given the time, being a computer scientist from my college education through my career, I always sort of looked for, and being someone who really enjoys sort of cutting edge technologies and being at the forefront of those throughout my career, that's been the case. So I was sort of on this journey of trying to find what that technology was. And around the same time that, Ethereum in 2014, 2015 was really becoming something. And so I started seeing a tremendous number of old computer science terminologies, and it just intrigued me. Why am I seeing, things about directed acrylic graphs and, hashes and all this? It's just like popping up in places it shouldn't be popping up, right? And so this took me down a rabbit hole of more reading, right? And I didn't emerge for about 6 months, and the reason it took me that long, well, one, I was working full time at the time, but two, I was really intrigued and making sure that I could have confidence in the statements that I felt that I would be making around, similar statements I've made today, that this technology is much like the internet, and we should think about the journey of this technology much like the journey of the internet.
So you mentioned the word journey, and I want to probe a little bit on that. Microsoft, of course, was one of the early companies to recognize the power of a tool like Ethereum. Tell us about the journey that Microsoft has been on, the different ways that you look at blockchain technology, and where Ethereum in its various different flavors, private permission, consortium chains, public mainnet, etc. Where does Ethereum fit in that journey? And maybe give us some of the background about the various stages in that journey that you've been part of.
Sure. So I was very fortunate to be able to pull a collaborator who's speaking later today, Kel Teeter, into the business in January 2016, convinced his manager that he should allow him to spend full time in the blockchain space. And so one of the first things that we did, just recognizing where the technology was in the journey, was that, and I think this is others in the industry recognize this as well, was that developer tools would be absolutely critical, and that Microsoft is basically a developer ecosystem company since its inception. We had assets like Visual Studio. Visual Studio Code was just coming on the scene. And so Cal and I actually got together with consensus and decided we were going to collaborate on developer tooling for Ethereum development. And so the first iteration and first version of our developer toolkit that we shipped was actually in March 2016. So literally a couple of months after we started on this journey, we were able to ship a product. Now, interestingly enough, that was still when, this is very early in an enterprise journey, only a couple months really into it. And it would just felt like a very logical thing to do. Unfortunately, the Visual Studio environment is set up so that you could actually quite easily ship extensions without, getting corporate vice president approval to do that. So, that was the very beginning of the journey. So developer tooling, developer audience, developer ecosystem are critical to broad adoption. Similar to, I go back to the internet example, you can build an application and run it on your intranet. And because the application stack is the same on the internet, you can now take that application and make some very small modifications to it and have an internet capable application.
It's interesting that you mentioned developer tooling. Here at Santander, we have, a huge team of developers in different areas. We've actually got a dedicated team of blockchain experts in our blockchain center of excellence. And I would say, obviously these guys and these people work for a bank in their day jobs, but if you had to ask them, and I'm speculating here a little bit, but if you had to ask them which technology do they find maybe the most inspirational because of its open source, community driven nature, they probably would say that would be Ethereum. The idea, in the developer conversation these days, discussions of Solidity can happen at an equal level of JavaScript and Go, and it's now becoming a known and understood language. by large teams of developers. You mentioned with regards to developer tooling, obviously, I'm guessing the product that you launched in 2016 was rough and ready, maybe a bit rough around the edges. How, and you're laughing because that's how software gets launched. We all know that. Hopefully not financial services. I will say that. It's gotta be.
I don't know, you might have an argument with that in DeFi.
Where are you now in the life cycle of the blockchain as a service offering? You know, Santander, it's public knowledge that Santander is a big customer, I think, of Microsoft Azure. I know when I log into Microsoft Azure, I see blockchain as a service and different offerings. Where are you now in the development of the life cycle of tooling, blockchain as a service? And is there anything you can share with us about things that are yet to come?
Sure. So we're actually going to speak a little bit later today about one of the key problems, not to use a pun, but problems with key management, which sort of plague every single environment like this. So Kale and I are spending about 10 minutes later on this afternoon talking about that. So just very quickly, we have still been developing the blockchain developer kit. So as you can imagine, a number of years later, it's much more mature. It has very nice integration with many different open source tooling from community members, including Infura, Open Zeppelin, Truffle, totally integrated. The idea being that you should be able to not have to context switch in order to deploy, test, and debug contracts. So we've been collaborating on that with the community for quite some time, and it continues to evolve as new capabilities become mature. On the enterprise product side, we start out with this terminology, I think, which is a broad umbrella terminology and sometimes a misnomer of what you're actually doing, but this thing called blockchain as a service. Basically, it's a managed service offering for developing test nets as well as production networks of blockchain technology. Like most cloud providers, you would imagine that it runs very well in our cloud. And it's actually designed in that way. And so there basically is a very, very high bar to run technology as a service in a cloud. And it takes quite some time to get through all of the internal certifications to have a cloud service running, because it actually has a very high privilege in that environment. And you could wreak havoc if you've developed something that is, errant. And so that is a service that we've been working on. We've actually had Quorum, which was the first choice of a ledger in that since we launched the preview about 2 years ago. And we are just in the phases of productionizing that now, as Quorum has continued to mature as an open source stack and improve over time. We've also been improving our service offering. And so we're on a path to general availability of that in the relatively short future.
So in a company like Microsoft, what does it take to actually get the approval to be able to offer an open source technology stack like Quorum, perhaps like Go Ethereum, maybe like Hyperledger Besu and others? What does it take to get that through your internal approvals to be able to build an offering on this, at the time, somewhat alien technology? I'm guessing, was it quite a heavy lift? Did it involve deep analysis from teams of your best cryptographers and PhDs, or how do you think about doing something like that?
So, I mean, it's all of the above. You can, you can look at a large enterprise, probably very similarly in Santander as you would in Microsoft. It's an ecosystem to conquer. And conquering an ecosystem with a new innovative technology is no different than doing it in the community or in the open source world, right? And so you have to convince all different levels of people that this is a good thing to do from a business perspective, and it's a safe thing to do, and it's supportable. And as you go through the journey, you obviously start with very early conversations about why we should be doing something, how do we go about incubating new technologies into our business where we don't yet have a product or a service offering, or it's open source. And we've done that both in the blockchain space. We started up initially with a small engineering team, getting familiar with it, incubating POCs or proof of concepts so that we could actually feel comfortable internally with it. And we also did the same thing, by the way, in the decentralized identity space, because that technology was on one of the early things that we recognized was the humanitarian capabilities of identity that you can own as a human, that no one can take away from you, and that allows you then therefore to control the data associated with that. So that also got incubated on a very similar journey within the identity engineering team, where they started with a small team, looked at what the technology could do, started to think about the sequencing of products and capabilities as they would be brought to market. And so it's a journey, it's a inward facing journey but it's no different than actually an externally facing journey around innovation. We were very fortunate to have a CEO that was relatively new. Satya Nadella came into role in about April of 2014. One of the reasons why I rejoined the company was because of his cultural ethos. One of the things he said was have a growth mindset, which basically means you should do what you think is right, and that gave a lot of permission, I think, for people in the company to really push the envelope in a way that had not been done for many years inside the company.
So you mentioned the new CEO at the time. How high did you have to go, or did the blockchain project have to go for actual final approval? Did it go all the way to the top, or were you able to get it done at lower levels?
Well, both the announcement of blockchain as a service that Marley did at DevCon 1 and the launch of Visual Studio Code Solidity extension essentially were done without much authority at all. And again, a credit to sort of the permission that was given to do things like that. We did have early support in a woman who's an executive vice president named Peggy Johnson, who sits on Satya's staff. She was a long time, sort of understood what was going on in the Bitcoin community. So she had some familiarity with it. But we did not, until we really started applying engineering resources, did we have to get any kind of sort of approval within a corporate vice president in an engineering context. I mean, I would tell you that at the low levels of that, there was both Kale and myself. Basically, I spoke to both of our managers and I said, we're going to be doing this. If you want me to stay on your team, then you got to let me do this, right? And so, that was the type of my interpretation of growth mindset was, we think this is the right thing to do. We just need to convince you to do it. And if you don't want to let us do it, then we're have enough conviction that we can go do it somewhere else.
That's a great story, actually. It's a real, kind of skunk works, roll up your sleeves, make it happen and get it done and see where the market ultimately takes you. Yeah, you mentioned something interesting a couple of minutes ago, actually, that's very, it's important to me personally. It's also important to banks and financial institutions. You mentioned digital identity or distributed identity. Yep. And banks like Santander and others, we often get criticized for, the lack of financial inclusion. And one of the big challenges with financial inclusion is very much around the identity of people in, let's say, developing countries or parts of the economy that are maybe not as active or connected as other parts of the economy. Can you speak a little bit about where the decentralized ID project currently is, its relationship to Ethereum, what kinds of organizations are involved?
Yep.
And then I think we've got a minute or two left here, and we'll probably have to jump over to the next speaker. But give us a little bit of a snapshot of decentralized identity and its evolution.
Yeah. So we were also co-founders of the Decentralized Identity Foundation, along with community members, very deliberately. And most of the work that Microsoft does in the community around identity for decentralized identity specifically is done through the Decentralized Identity Foundation. And so it's also very much a journey in open source. There's been actually a number of great announcements in the past couple of years about the progress that Microsoft has been making in helping to push forward those standards, but also how we are actually iterating our products within the identity team to push forward those standards. And there's quite a bit of reading that you can do on that. And my colleagues, obviously, in the identity engineering team are quite deep on that. So I'll leave that to them. But it is a very important and fascinating space across, both, as you mentioned, societal members who might be disadvantaged, both in the developing world as well as in developed world. And also institutional identity is a part of that as well. And so the whole concept of verifiable claims associated with identities, it's a really interesting area. And also, I think, quite even larger systemic change than thinking about blockchain transactions.
So you mentioned standards just a second ago. The Enterprise Ethereum Alliance has been focused on specifications and standards since the very beginning.
Yep.
Why are standards and specs, why are they important in an environment where the open source community seems to produce its own specifications? Examples being, ERC20, the various CIPs. Yeah. Why are standards and specs important?
Well, I think, ultimately you have to land on something, right? And so when you're an enterprise, you don't want to be doing something that is completely nascent, because then there's just no support for it in the developer community and in tooling and stacks and things like that. So having compliant or specifications, for example, it's where you have to be, right, in order to get any groundswell of adoption. You could have, we've seen many examples in history of splintered technology stacks that just don't get adoption because there's 8 different variants of it, right? And then it becomes very challenging for an enterprise to do anything in a very standard way when they look at deployments and support.
Okay, we're almost at time. I've got a final question for you. As I mentioned earlier, it's the 5th birthday of the Ethereum Mainnet. If you and I, York, are lucky enough to be back here in 5 years' time, lucky enough, what will we be talking about?
Wow. 5 years is a long time in this space, but if you look, you're right. If you compare it to the journey we've been on for 5 years, I would say that, it feels to me like you're now getting to the point where technology is sound, is scalable, with the very near horizon of Ethereum 2.0. Lots of other proof of stake systems out there that are helping to sort of co-develop this concept and technology, so that we can get to a much more of a carbon neutral footprint for blockchain based systems. And I think it's an exciting opportunity to be moving up the stack, frankly, where this becomes a tool in the quiver and less of a focus on the tool and the protocol. Excellent.
Outstanding. York, I want to say thank you very much for your time. We will see you and your colleague Cale Teeter a little bit later on. And back over to Jack Leahy, our Master of Ceremonies.
Thanks, John.
John, we're going to be introducing John Wolpert. Back to you.
Okay. John Wolpert, welcome. How are you?
Hey guys, York, John,
Hey,
Waylon,
John.
it's nice to see you both. And by the way, I'd like to reiterate that thank you to York. What we're doing today in the baseline protocol that we're going to be talking about would not exist if it weren't for York's good offices about over a year ago.
I'm a good catalyst.
You are an excellent catalyst.
York, stay on for a minute or two because I think there'll be a little bit of dialogue here.
Great.
So, John Wolpert, you've been around blockchain and DLT, the buzzword distributed ledger technology and other technologies for a while. York and I have introduced ourselves already. Maybe give us a quick little bit of background about who you are, where you came from, the kinds of things you've worked on, and how you are now working on what is probably the most prominent enterprise mainnet application development project on the Ethereum mainnet.
Well, thanks, John. Well, gosh, I've been an IBMer off and on 3 times over the years, the last 30 years of my professional work. Been involved in open source a lot, ran the AlphaWorks team back in the 90s for anybody that can remember that long ago. And more recently was on the Watson team at IBM and the marketplace team at IBM and the internet division back in the day. And then most recently, my favorite boss at IBM, Jerry Cuomo, called up and said, "Hey, Lewis, it's Clark." And I said, what do you want, Jerry? And he said, "Well, there's this thing called blockchain. We got to go check it out." And he said, "Well, give me a ship and crew and I'll go check it out." He said, "Well, I got 2 muskets, a dog, and a canoe." And that was my launch into blockchain back in 2014, 2015. And we built, Hyperledger Fabric. There were 6 of us in the basement of Galvanize in San Francisco that cooked it up, including one of the guys that worked for me who was really into Ethereum and was very angry when we did not go that way later in the summer of 2015. And he's a good guy too, but he just really was into Ethereum. We weren't ready for that. And we thought, well, gosh, we'll put together some things that we know about distributed systems, and got people like Gary Singh, who I still think ought to get the Turing Award for some of the things he's done in non-determinism, built Hyperledger Fabric. And we started Hyperledger. True fact, Moisko Hari from London Stock Exchange Group and I were in New York City having a slightly boozy lunch where we said, we need an open source foundation for this thing. And that's how we wound up with Linux Foundation. So that's kind of my history. And then, of course, over that time, I got more and more nervous about private blockchain and or permissioned blockchains. Mark Andreessen was always in my head saying, that doesn't, what you're building is a shared database or a shared state machine. I'm like, at some point, I decided that was true. And there's reasons for having shared databases or shared state machines, but I was more interested in the Internet of Transactions, or the stateful internet. And that led me back over to Ethereum. And that's where I am today, working for Joe Lubin and Consensus.
John, we've seen a pop-up in the chat here saying that there's maybe an issue with your audio feed. I can hear you just fine. It is a little bit glitchy. York, can you hear John just fine as well, or do we need to do a technical adjustment here?
I can hear him, but it is a little bit glitchy.
I'm gonna fix that in a second. Hold on. Is this better?
Maybe.
Yep, we'll try that for a second.
Okay, that's
just that the other day, in fact. So we'll. I think I know what's going on there.
Yeah,
that is better.
That's great.
Right.
A question, and maybe this applies. Actually, I'm going to ask York. So, and many companies, big companies, we actually think about private permission blockchains in some respects as shared state machines, and they're very useful. A shared state machine is very useful as a record keeping system between parties that do business together that don't necessarily trust each other 100%. It's a different set of business requirements that points to a technology that's similar in some respects to a public blockchain. There'd be a consensus algorithm, digital signatures, these kinds of things, smart contracts, this idea that you can encode business logic into code snippets that behave autonomously, that parties can verify that they work and behave a certain way. But functionally, even though the systems may look similar to each other, they're actually operationally quite different. And there's something that is quite unique about a public permissionless ledger, in that crypto economics is the engine that drives the security model. It's also the engine that ensures that it's there and live and up 100% at all times. There aren't any legal entities or parties you have to talk to if there's a problem. Hopefully there's never going to be a problem. And in fact, we've seen that with the 2 big permissionless blockchains, Bitcoin and Ethereum, both have something that I think no private system has, which is 100% uptime in their history.
Yeah, I think that's your point. I think that's really the key thing. People say, oh, well, I like blockchain because it's decentralized. I'm like, well, why? Why do we want decentralization? And for me, it really comes down to, I need a always on state machine that can't lock me out from valid transactions and resist being tampered with or being taken over by some group of people that will lock me out or change my history. And I like putting it that way. And that's why I like public blockchain, but both public blockchain and private shared permissioned shared databases or shared state machines, when they're blockchain based, have a problem with compartmentalization. So if you're using Oracle or Dynamics or DB2 was my thing back in the day, right? There was this amazing technology. It's called databases, and back when I was cutting my teeth at Berkeley in the 80s, relational database was a new thing. That was exciting. Everybody wanted to be on that. And relational databases today are really good at distributed mirroring. You can set up a multi-company Oracle or SAP system. You can, Ariba always wanted to run the table on that in the 90s. And you can do that, and you can have good compartmentalization. You can have access controls to say, you can see this, and you can see this, and you can't see this. It's very hard to do that with a blockchain. It's not really what it's made for. So that's what led us to the baseline protocol, to say, you know what, maybe there's good reasons to do blockchain as shared state machine. I like GitHub myself if I want to have a shared database. But where blockchain may be really powerful and in a sort of excitingly boring way is as middleware. That is to say, we have this machine, it's always on, it resists tampering and can't lock me out. And instead of setting up for every set of counterparties, every partner I have, some new system in the middle of their database and my database that's going to keep us in sync, why don't we just use the blockchain, right? And let's not put any data on it. Let's just put anchors that ensure not just for engineers, not just hashes that indicate proof of existence, but rather proof of consistency. That is to say, my SAP record and York's Dynamics record, if it's a purchase order, say, York can't claim he didn't get the memo, and he can't claim that he fat fingered the data or that we have different data. When we go to do an invoice, we know for sure that we have the same information, even though I haven't made his system the primary to mine, and my system isn't a primary to his, and we haven't had to go set up something like MQ series or something expensive in the middle to keep us in sync.
York, is Microsoft part of the baseline project as well?
So I would call this another sort of initially skunkworks environment. John mentioned earlier that I was a catalyst. I actually brought together a team across Consensus and EY with the question, essentially, what has to be true for enterprise to use the mainnet? And that was the genesis, essentially, of the baseline project.
That's right. We should go back a bit to say, first of all, it's too bad Paul Brody can't be here. He's a way better speaker than I am, and super fun to have on. I don't think he could be here today. And he was just such a delight to work with. York brought us together, helped the two companies, Consensus and Ernst & Young, realize that they were on the same team. And then we really became, at some point, it was hard to tell the difference between my team and his team. We worked so well together, and that led to the baseline protocol over about 8 to 12 months. Launched it in March. And I should also mention that this really wouldn't have happened without the mainnet working group at the EEA. That was the whole point, was to say, well, if there are all these really good reasons not to use a blockchain, right? Bad compartmentalization, latency, scaling, custodianship, GDPR issues, right? Private or public, really, but especially public. How could we use the public blockchain, the public Ethereum mainnet? And I like to use with a capital M, mainnet for the capital internet, right? And I do believe that the Ethereum mainnet is a good candidate to be the internet's mainnet. That doesn't mean it's going to be the only blockchain, by far from it, but it could be this boring consistency machine that helps all the other state machines, blockchain and otherwise, do their thing together, right? Because laws of distributed systems say you have to have some common frame of reference to get different systems to work together, right? Different machines, even the machines inside of your iPhone know that.
1 minute to the next speaker.
Yeah.
I asked a question of York earlier. I'm going to ask it of you too, John. 5 years from now, if we're lucky enough to be back for the 10th birthday of the Ethereum mainnet, what are we going to be talking about? Are we going to be talking about baseline, or are we going to be talking about something else?
15th birthday, we're not going to be talking about blockchain at all because we don't talk about TCP/IP at all, right? We don't have a Java marketing team. Things that are successful in the stack stop being exciting and they start being useful. And so I think we're on the cusp of the age of useful boringness with blockchain. And that's what I'm
so excited.
Yeah, the boring is the new exciting after 5 years of hype, right?
Useful boringness. That's my pinned tweet for the day, maybe for the year. With that, just to be right on time here, I want to say, first of all, thank you to York Rhodes from Microsoft. It's been a pleasure, as always. And very big thanks as well to John Walpert. Always a pleasure, John, from Consensus.
Let me put in a quick plug, baseline-protocol.org. Go there, join up, be part of the movement. 600 active people right now involved, hundreds of companies. Be part of it. Thanks.
Thank you. MC Jack, back to you.
Thanks, guys. Next on stage, I'm excited to introduce Cody de Monteverde, the Blockchain Center of Excellence Director at Santander Bank. Cody will be discussing digital bonds on the Ethereum Mainnet, or public blockchain for those who may not be as familiar with this term. Over to you, Cody.
Hello there. I'm Cody de Monteverde, Head of Blockchain at Santander, and it's a pleasure to be here today to talk about the digital bond that we issued on the public Ethereum Mainnet with capital M in September last year. Can you move to the next slide, please? Okay, thanks. So just a little bit about the term sheet of this bond. So Banco Santander itself was the issuer of a $20 million bond, and one of the group's units purchased the bond at market price. It was a 1-year maturity bond that carried a quarterly coupon of 1.98% interest, and Santander Securities Services acted as a tokenization agent and also as the custodian of the cryptographic keys. Santander Corporate Investment Banking, CIB, that's the bank's global division that supports corporate and institutional clients, acted as the dealer for this issuance. So this was a pilot because, as you can see, all the participants involved are part of Santander, are different companies of Santander, but it was real. It was a real pilot because the transaction itself was real and there was real money involved. We used the public Ethereum mainnet, and this allowed us to achieve the milestone of tokenizing the bond securely and registering it in a permissioned manner on the blockchain. Also, the cash used to complete the investment and the quarterly coupons were also tokenized, achieving on-chain atomic delivery versus payment. And for those that are not familiar with this concept, DVP, delivery versus payment, is the simultaneous and irrevocable exchange of title of cash and securities. And usually this is performed by a central clearing party, a CCP. We issued the bond under the English law, as the Financial Conduct Authority, the FCA, that regulates the financial services industries in the UK, has recognized that a public permissionless blockchain can act as an independent third party. So it was acceptable to use a blockchain as the register. So for this project, we use Nivaura's platform for digitizing the process and also for interacting with the blockchain network. And Nivaura is a London-based startup. They are regulated and they build innovative solutions that digitize and automate key processes in capital markets. We also receive legal advice from the global law firm Allen & Overy. This was an issuance only in the primary market. And as I said before, the bond was registered on the public Ethereum blockchain, but as the smart contracts creation was restricted, it was made in a permissioned manner. Santander Securities Services custodied the keys to manage what in the blockchain network could be performed over these assets, and all the flows and the interest payment were automated, making this transaction much faster, more efficient, and simpler. So here you've got the details of the transaction, and before getting into the transaction flow, let me introduce you the preliminary steps of the issuance. So first of all, we perform the onboarding of the users in the platform, with the custodian performing the know your customer processes and creating the wallets for the users. The issuer filled in all the relevant fields to structure the bond and submitted the documents to the legal department that reviewed and accepted them. And then the dealer accepted the mandate of the issuance and started the campaign. And here is where we get into the flow of the transaction. Here in steps 1 to 6 is where the commitment of the cash against the securities is performed. First of all, the investor sends the cash to an omnibus account at the custodian, who creates the corresponding digital cash tokens that are sent back to the investor. Then the investor will send these tokens to the issuer in exchange for the bonds. And this is where the delivery versus payment is performed atomically via smart contract. The user will then send these tokens that he has just received from the investor back to the custodian to get the corresponding cash. So steps 7 to 11 are very similar because they explain how the payment of the coupons and principal is performed, and very quickly. So as it's they are quarterly coupons, right? On a quarterly basis, then the issuer wires cash to the custodian to pay for those coupons, and the custodian verifies that the transfer is correct, and in exchange, he sends the corresponding digital tokens to the issuer. The issuer will use these digital tokens to pay the investor with the cash tokens. The investor will send those cash tokens to the custodian to redeem them. And finally, the custodian will destroy those cash tokens and make a wire transfer to the investor. So it was quite simple, although it looks maybe a bit complicated in this diagram. And I wanted also to show you that if you get into the Ethereum Explorer, you can look up the smart contracts that we used, which I'm going to show you right now. There are 3 main smart contracts. And the first one is the bond contract. This smart contract manages the life cycle of the bond. I mean, you can, as you can see, there's there the Etherscan address. I'm sure that John Whelan has them published in Twitter if you want to look at them. And the second contract is the exchange contract. This one is responsible of performing the atomic delivery versus payment. And last but not least is the whitelist contract that is used to onboard the users using the public network as if it was permissioned. So it kind of transforms the public network into a permissioned one. And finally, I would like to talk about the future benefits of digitizing bonds and issuing and trading them on blockchain. So traditionally, the issuer, our client, will contact us, we are the dealer in this case, to get advice on the bond sales process and the term sheet. And this is a process that can take a lot of time. But if we use a platform to digitize this process, the issuer itself can structure the bond using templates. I mean, most of the bonds follow the same rules, let's say. So we can use templates for 80% of them. And this would reduce the issuing time from months to days, and it would allow the dealers to increase the number of issuances. Also, by using preloaded legal templates and using legal markup language, LML, all the legal documents are automatically populated and they are generated upon request of the user. So the legal department only needs to review them. And that also reduces significantly the legal costs, as today the lawyers need to prepare all the documents. And this is a very repetitive process and an expensive one. Also, currently, we've got fees to list the bond on the market, spreads on any operation. However, with blockchain and without third parties, those fees and spreads would be reduced considerably. There's another thing that in traditional markets, operations can take days to get completed. They get stuck there in the clearing houses and funds can be sitting there for days. And by using blockchain and tokenizing both legs of the transaction, the security and the cash, operations are atomic, and we achieve true delivery versus payment inside the smart contract, eliminating settlement risk. Also, here, digitizing this process and doing it with blockchain as we did, coupons also are paid with tokenized money in an automatic way according to the term sheet, and we avoid agents, fees, clearing houses, and delays. So yeah, blockchain would allow us to create a secondary market, and it's a step towards the evolution of the capital markets that will involve complete digitalization of both the assets themselves and their life cycle. It looks like one of the technologies that can accelerate this process, making it faster and more efficient. Thank you.
Thanks, Cody. As we press on, please welcome Stefan Schmidt. Stefan is the Chief Technology Officer at Unibright and Chair of the EEA Eminent Task Force, or as many will know it as the Enterprise Integration Task Force. Stefan has been really integral within the EEA and the development of the baseline protocol, and he'll be discussing business integration, evolutions, and development. Stefan?
Thank you very much, Jack. Thanks for having me and Unibright at this virtual conference. Thanks for the intro. Yeah, I'm CTO of Unibright, calling in from Germany. We're a German blockchain integration company. And being a member of the EEA Integration Task Force, a baseline TSC member, I wear different hats. And the great thing is that with integration, all these things come together. So in this presentation, I want to talk about the EEA Integration Task Force Eminent, about baseline, how we at Unibright approach the blockchain integration topic, and also give a brand new hands-on example of integration via baseline in a DeFi project that we are just about kicking off together with Chainlink, Provide, and Between. Just check. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so first some context about the EEA Integration Task Force. This is organized under the Mainnet Working Group, and the Integration Task Force is one of the task forces that are acting here. And the focus is to build open source reference implementations and guidelines for mainnet integration, so for blockchain integration with enterprise system of records. And we understand every software that serves as a backbone for business processes as a system of records, so for example, ERP systems. And everywhere where such a system of record needs to connect to a public Ethereum blockchain, what we understand as the mainnet here, we need integration. And with the task force, we are following different streamlines on integration. One is more process oriented, so basically explaining the world why blockchain is a good thing and not answering the prominent question in 2019, why do we need blockchain at all? It's just Bitcoin, isn't it? So getting the enterprises ready for making thoughtful use of a blockchain technology and the mainnet. And on the other hand, getting the mainnet ready for enterprises so that we really have that level of technical integration that business can actually use it. The outcome of the task force is, as I said, reference implementations and projects. It's also working on standards and also finding and describing the right use cases that can be used to showcase everything that integration does. These definitions are a little bit too close in my personal opinion, because I think integration also is about bringing teams and people together. I think a decentralized approach like blockchain combined with open source projects that really drive things forward is actually integration itself. So as an example, I added some quotes from other eminent members. Why do we need integration? And I highlighted some key features. So for example, our friends from Envision Blockchain mentioned that it's important to enhance the user adoption, because if you want to make use of a new technology, the best thing that can actually happen to you and your clients or your employees is that they don't know how that, or they don't notice that new technology, but just use it because it makes sense. Anti-block analytics add to this argument, especially by highlighting the integration aspects with non-blockchain legacy systems, which is still the 99% standard in the world, having big ERP systems like SAP as the backbone of all your business processes, and adding a new technology like blockchain to the picture is always about finding the right spot where to add it, and of course not changing everything overnight, but just kicking off the evolution and the development, to cite the title of this presentation, to make it more feasible to use this new technology. Lition is also mentioning the synergies between projects. So that's what I really like, because I think integration is also about bringing people, ecosystems, and businesses together. From a more definition side, integration is the process of bringing together the component subsystems into one system, process of linking together different computing systems and software applications physically or functionally to act as a coordinated whole. This is a target where, if you talk about blockchain, I think a lot of the storytelling around blockchain, or even the pitching that companies like we at Unibright had to do on conferences, it somehow evolved over the last years. So in the beginning, it was more like, okay, we have blockchain. This is a distributed database. So we just put data in and everything's fine. And we all share the same data. It's transparent and it's publicly available. So if you think about two companies using blockchain for integration, it would basically mean, let's share a database and distribute it all over the world. Okay, another evolution was to more emphasize on the logic part, so with smart contracts and everything around. So understanding the blockchain more as a distributed world computer, which not only holds data and additionally holds logic that is performed in a trustful manner. And you can still keep part of your processes off-chain. And then the current approach we're talking now is trust. So more using the blockchain as a common frame of reference. And this is interesting because the overlap gets lower with each of these approaches, but the effect on integration gets higher, because actually companies who want to integrate systems of record, they are concerned about the 3 Ps: privacy, permission, and performance. So if you really want to use integration, you have to make sure that everybody wants to use that new, say, middleware layer like it's introduced with Baseline. So we know that it's needed to have the privacy, permission, performance points covered, easy access, pay-per-use, no restriction in usage. This is what John Walpert also mentioned earlier. And Baseline, understanding the mainnet as a common frame of reference, having the same tech stack for all participants to use, actually builds the ground for really using the blockchain as a concept like middleware. So from our understanding at Unibright, also covering this with our partner Provide, and the Baseline pattern is to build something around Baseline, the product suite around Baseline, with a visual definition of processes and circuits, automatic code generation, including ERP integration and oracles, and to offer Baseline as a service with one-click deployment, an integrated payment model for all integration costs, for example, with a Unibright token, and also DeFi extensions. And I think it's important because as sexy the storytelling of having a mainnet as the main middleware is, you still need products that make this protocol happen and make use of it. And the more you can automate with it, the more successful it will be. This is what we try to build with Unibright. And the example that we are currently building and kicking off just these days together with Chainlink, Provide, and Between, a factoring company from Serbia, is bringing Baseline and DeFi together. So you see the process here. It will also end up in the public roadmap of Baseline. So having a baseline invoice, then assessment steps like anti-fraud, credit risk assessment, and so on. tokenizing an invoice, factoring it, and also adding additional services. And you have very, very many integration points here that are listed below, from ERPs, baseline as a tech stack, external APIs, oracles that have to be integrated. And we are sure that this integration topic is the main driver for adoption of the complete blockchain space, because everybody who wants to make use of blockchain has to find a reasonable way to access it with the existing system landscapes they have. So for me, the next months and years will be very exciting in how far we can integrate other use cases, ecosystems, and communities. And the EA and baseline is a perfect place to start. So I only can invite every developer or team who is interested in bringing the space forward to join. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Stefan. That's some interesting stuff. Next up, I'd like to introduce Karthik Salapurtam, who is a senior manager of blockchain at EY. And he's also a lead solution architect and researcher as well there. Karthik's also the vice chair of the eea Mainnet working group, and today we'll be highlighting supply chain and the mainnet. Karthik, over to you.
Thanks, Jack. Hello, everyone. My name is Karthik Solapuram, based out of San Francisco, and play the role of solution architect and platform engineer at Ernst & Young. I've been working in this space for a few years, and as we all have been hearing over the course of these presentations, as John Wall put, and York Rhodes has introduced a baseline protocol itself. The idea is that essentially, baseline protocol is a result of the collaboration between EY, Consensus, and Microsoft to establish new ways or cross-organizational ways for enterprises to be able to interact their business process with the mainnet. So at the core, baseline protocol itself provides a set of libraries. These libraries are essentially tackling 4 different components or 4 different areas, each of them addressing different strategic component or a strategic direction towards how enterprises could leverage the mainnet. Essentially, the idea is that we want to maintain consistency, privacy, as well as while maintaining the usage of mainnet as a common frame of reference. So in this context, there are 4 types of utilities or 4 types of libraries that we've been focusing on as part of this ongoing development of the baseline protocol itself. So the 4 types of libraries are as follows. Firstly, we have something called commitments. Commitments are essentially a cryptographic way of saying the hashing, of establishing hashing algorithms. What matters in hashing algorithms is the data that is used to hash, and also the order in which, or the process in which the data is accumulated or aggregated itself. Herein lies how the different enterprises can leverage a unique or a standardized way to hash their data objects or the business logic or the business process itself without having to reveal the private information. The next aspect of the baseline protocol is primarily focusing on privacy. While there are many ways to establish privacy in terms of both business process as well as business logic, it is essential that the parties that are involved in the interaction on the mainnet, as well as the parties that are involved, the data that is being interacted with, as well as the business logic itself that proves the validity of such data. All of that information needs to be tightly packed and has to be verified without revealing the identity of different participants, nor the data, nor the logic. So establish this, while there are many ways of addressing this, one of the approaches that we've taken is to use zero-knowledge proof-based technologies, and specifically zk-SNARKs in this case. Then the third aspect that we also have generalized as part of the establishment of this baseline protocol is a proof of business process execution and the fact that it can be verified on the chain. So this is where we go into a notion, how we have been using generally smart contracts on the mainnet. The idea is to slightly deviate from that and not use the mainnet as a data store, but as more of a data indexer to be able to tie out different data systems using a common frame of reference. To this extent, we want to be able to separate out the logic that is exposed in the smart contracts, and that's where the circuitry around establishing these proofs come in. And finally, we have the secure message communication, which is essentially a way to have peer-to-peer message communication such that the state of the data or the business process is seamlessly communicated under privacy, under the norms of privacy, and also under the norms of ensuring consistency in the case of disparate distributed systems. So as we go into the establishment of baseline protocol, some of the key areas, one of the key areas is how do different enterprises interact with the mainnet while having to deal with different layers of privacy, different layers of interaction, governance, and so on. In the process of establishing baseline protocol, we have come about with establishment of something called a work group. Work group is essentially what you can think of as a group of organizations or a group of participants who are interacting on a constant basis or with each other, either in terms of enterprise logistics, enterprise procurement, or even any other supply chain processes like purchase order management, invoice management, and so on. The idea is that there arose a need for a standard way in which different organizations can register different ways in which they manage their organizations or their sub-organizations. They manage their proof systems, or essentially their data systems, and how the data needs to be bound to a logic on the smart contract, and essentially how that masked data can be stored on in a smart contract itself. With that comes about the notion of having something like a global registry. Here, as was covered earlier, one of the drivers for baseline protocol is the usage of standard interfaces and standards that have been established in the ERC and EIP community. So in this regard, we've been promoting the usage of something called a global registry, which is essentially an ERC 1820. And the idea is that this registry is like a phone book, which holds a registry of registries. Essentially, it can be your organization phone book. It could be your shield contract phone book, shield contract registry, which is essentially a way to shield the different transactions as they're interacting with the mainnet. And finally, a verification mechanism as well. The aspect of Merkle tree registry over here comes in to essentially ensure that any interaction with the mainnet is not just signed and verified, but also can be associated and can be readable and queryable from the mainnet itself. As we wrap up this conversation, I would like to briefly go over two ways in which we are standardizing a process workflow as well as part of the baseline protocol. In this, I give an example of generating master service agreements, which is one of the fundamental process of establishing consistency of information, but also not just consistency of information, but also consistency of terms and conditions. So in this case, we have, say, for example, party A and party B acting as buyer and supplier. You can see that as we go through the process, party A generates the hashes using their off-chain database or off-chain integration layer, signs the particular document, sends over the signed document using the secure messaging interface. And after the ping pong, there is a generation of the proof of consistency where a zk-SNARK circuit is used to establish the proof itself. And then such a verification of such a proof continues using a shield contract and optionally a token that can be minted here to associate that particular MSA with, say, an ERC20 token or ERC721 and so on. And finally, once the proof is sent, the proof can be independently verified by either of the parties. Extending the same principle, we can enabling traceability in a similar manner. Where the key aspect is that when we're generating the proof, we not only generate the proof of consistency, but also we generate the proof of state, change of state. For example, in the case of purchase order, it could be looked as purchase order needs to be linked to the preceding step, which is, for example, the master service agreement, and that the existing state of a purchase order is based on changes that have happened in the master service agreement itself. So in this manner, baseline protocol is establishing or is seeking to establish a standard or a interface mechanism for business processes to enable organizations to interact with each other in a seamless manner while enabling while using the mainnet. Some of the ongoing efforts and future directions that I encourage everyone to be part of is the DeFi integration, where we are working to work with several parties to enable direct integration with DeFi tools, upgradable smart contracts, and also optimization of the privacy management components. That pretty much wraps up my presentation.
Thanks, Karthik. Man, having a lot of experience in RFPs and supplier portals, it's very noticeable that this is going to be some really important stuff as we move forward. And it's great to see EY leading the charge in this area as well. Next up, Jason Pansis, the co-founder of Envision Blockchain Solutions and vice chair of the EEA Supply Chain Special Interest Group. He's going to be talking about something that is really near and dear to me, our friends and family, and our future children as well. Sustainability and carbon emissions accounting. Jason, over to you.
Great, thank you, Jack, and great to be presenting on such a intricate topic in today's time, which clearly has seemed to slow down, or its perception of its value has slowed down, I guess, in recent times, just with the current economic conditions. In any case, let me just see here. All right, so carbon emissions and sustainability requires tokens and taxonomy. And realistically, the way that we can kind of look at this is broken down into 4 different segments. And it's actually quite interesting because, as I was just mentioning, in today's economic times, given the current state of the world, as we all know, we've seen a dramatic reduction in economy, a slow in industry. And as a direct result, we've clearly seen that climate change, as it relates to carbon emissions, is more prevalent today than ever. Just because an industry has slowed does not necessarily mean that we've taken hold of and responsible a level of responsibility for the carbon emissions that we will emit in the future. So the first thing that we need to do is kind of take a step back and realize that climate change is a monster initiative, quite robust, and going to be very important in the world into the future as we know it. So seeing as though we share the world's atmosphere, we are all directly responsible for climate change. And as a direct result, we kind of see that this concept of a carbon budget, or a way by which we can segment and partition the world, is not only a way to begin monetizing this space, but it's a way that we can begin taking responsibility and liability for the space that we're interested in segmenting or partitioning. And that's both within the public and private sector. So as we begin to move into this concept now of this global carbon budget management and accounting system, we realize its complexity, and we realize how robust in nature this initiative actually is. How are we going to get the whole world to kind of adopt not only technology, but the same standards and live up to these standards in the most professional and humane way possible? And realistically, technology, as we all know, serves as a way to overcome challenges, not necessarily just come into existence and to just be. And we've found that blockchain technology has a very unique way by which we can engage in an autonomous an autonomous and trustless manner by which we can all account for the emissions that we are putting out into the atmosphere on a global level. So one of the big areas of opportunity is to, of course, establish the standards by which we can begin accounting. And in order to do so, obviously, both the public and private sector will need to take on some area of responsibility by which we can come to learn. There's various different discussions politically around the world as to what sort of pledges different countries, different municipalities, states, industries, so on and so forth, will begin submitting these pledges. And there's definitely a lot of enterprise organizations that have this on their radar today. And as mentioned, with this emerging technology, blockchain, we can clearly see that that this accounting and its requirements can be handled now in a trustless and autonomous fashion. With that in mind, we kind of bring into the picture the token taxonomy framework by which we have been working hand in hand with various different organizations to basically abstract the business components by which we can begin standardizing the various different assets that we'll need to account for into the future. So just diving right into what we call the carbon emissions token. This is a brief overview and a look at the token taxonomy framework token specifications template. And as you can see, there's a couple different contributors, Envision Blockchain being one of them. And we begin dissecting the various different behaviors that a token can host, leveraging this autonomous trustless blockchain technology that we're all here and interested in further exploring. And as mentioned, this is just an excellent use case for this. We won't go deep into token classification, but we'll of course address the business description and the business example. And later in this presentation, I'll show you a brief about how this could theoretically look. But first, we kind of just wanted to begin dissecting what it really means to have this carbon emissions token, where standards really play a critical role, and why blockchain technology will facilitate this autonomous and trustless accounting system that we will require moving into the future. And with that in mind, we're just going to briefly decompose the taxonomy formula, whereby we can understand that this is going to be a unique fractional fungible, or rather interchangeable token, right? The first thing is that we need to understand that this needs to be transferable. It needs to be fungible in the sense that, an emissions token is an emissions token is an emissions token, but it's going to be unique in a specific way, in the sense that we need to understand its track and traceability, and of course, all of the actors that have been involved in the emissions itself. And with that in mind, we kind of, dive into its behaviors, whereby we see that the emissions token can be divisible, much like a dollar can be divided to a 100th. The carbon emissions token is divisible up to actually quadruple zero or quadruple 01, something like that. It is transferable, it is mintable, and obviously thereby has roll support. But most importantly, we have these things called property sets, and we have two property sets that are attached to this specific token. The first is the carbon emissions generator object, and that is a way by which we can begin tracking and tracing the specific data sets that wind up entering this specific token. So in the event that my company emits a specific amount of carbon emissions, and we produce a carbon emissions token as a direct result, and I transfer that token to another individual, that other individual or entity will then produce their own EGO, if you will, and that will go down the supply chain. Likewise, the greenhouse gas protocol scope and category, which is a little bit intricate as it relates to the scope and category, but it's the way by which we can understand not only the track and trace of who's generated these emissions, but who's responsible and who's liable for them. So just moving forward, we wanted to briefly show you the data structure for the EGO, this emissions gas generator object, and of course the greenhouse gas protocol. So on the left we have the EGO, and you see an example of this data structure. So you see that org1 will have a specific identity, and likewise so on and so forth. That's the input for the emissions generator object. So as it transfers down a supply chain, there's a new EGO for each participant who receives product, or that specific product. Likewise, on the right-hand side, we have the greenhouse gas protocol, which will define the scope, meaning directly the pledge is direct to this specific product, i.e. this specific entity. Indirect, meaning you're taking responsibility from somebody else. And of course, indirect plus supply chain. So you're taking responsibility from somebody else and the supply chain moving forward. And just briefly, I just want to show you how company A can produce a couple thousand barrels of oil. And we see on the bottom there, the company A has this EGO, and they have pledged a specific scope and category that we see over here under point 1. So you'll see as this token, or as the product transfers through a supply chain, we see that now number 2 on the bottom here, we add company A EGO plus company B's EGO, and you still have a greenhouse gas protocol. Both the scope and category remains a constant. So that you can kind of see how we begin transferring product through a supply chain, and we keep record of the track and traceability through updating this EGO, and the scope and category remains the constant, meaning that this organization has taken the liability for these emissions. That in mind, I mean, that is a brief. It's a much more complicated subject, but we of course wanted to make sure to properly introduce that, and of course introduce the idea of this robust use case and where blockchain technology is really going to facilitate how sustainability and specifically carbon emissions can be accounted for into the future.
Thanks a lot, Jason. Let's please give a warm welcome to Kyle Thomas, the founder and CEO of Provide Technologies, and George Spazev, the co-founder and chief of delivery at LimeChain. Both Provide and LimeChain are recent additions to the EA community. We're really fortunate to have their involvement thus far. They'll be discussing automation, synchronize everything, introducing baseline as a service. It's going to be a good one.
Thanks, Jack. Hi, I'm Kyle Thomas, founder, CEO of Provide. Provide, like as Jack said, is a new member, recent member of the EA this year. We've gotten a lot of value out of being here. Member of the Imminent Task Force, Mainnet Working Group is sort of where we've been hanging out. It's good stuff. Been fortunate to have an opportunity to participate in the baseline TSC. I've been working on the baseline protocol. It's a really awesome community, and it's exciting because it offers some new opportunities to really synchronize the world in a new way. So let's talk just a moment about Provide. So Provide is sort of the easy button for bring your own paths, bring your own keys, peer-to-peer infrastructure. And what does that mean? It means every company has their own way to do business today. Some folks use Azure, some folks use AWS. Some organizations still have data centers. Provide allows organizations to provision infrastructure that makes sense to them, and it really embodies sort of the ethos of decentralized infrastructure, how the blockchain is sort of intends to function. Provide is also enabling low or no code application development in the enterprise. And Provide is as the title of this presentation alludes to, we have created a baseline as a service product called Shuttle, and it's an offering that Stefan Schmidt touched on it a bit earlier. Allows organizations to leveraging the Provide APIs and tooling in the bring your own paths, bring your own keys mentality, provision the baseline stack that is required to basically, it's the electricity, sort of underneath the baseline protocol. So if a couple of organizations get together and want to collaborate on a business process, they can essentially, one can invite the other to via shuttle to a work group essentially, and that's sort of the on-ramp to the blockchain and the org registry contract. We've also been focusing on some advanced messaging and privacy protocols to enable all of this. So we're working on a vault-like key management service that enables some of the more advanced privacy and privacy protocols. So it's cool. So synchronize everything. Basically, organizations again have their own way to do business. They're on the systems of record that they have invested in over the years. And those aren't really going to go anywhere. There's a real need to enhance the value of those systems, though, and that's sort of what Baseline can do, in the sense that, for example, an SAP system of record can be baselined against a Microsoft Dynamics system of record, and then those organizations are going to get a lot of value moving forward, from that integration. Google Sheets we've found can be baselined against Microsoft Dynamics and other systems of record. And George is going to talk a little bit about that. So I can give a quick background just to make sure everyone understands what Baseline is all about. John Wolper did a pretty good job, I would say, of explaining that earlier. But essentially, it's an always-on middleware that uses the public block. It's a state machine on the public Ethereum blockchain, more or less. And the purpose of it is to keep enterprise data, allow enterprises to keep their current data in their current system of record. And it really enables, this pattern really enables very complicated processes to just work without the end users who are currently using those systems to really need to know about what's happening underneath, which is quite exciting, or excitingly boring, I guess, is the ongoing joke. The Baseline protocol is certainly going to have an impact on the DeFi and asset tokenization space. And I think here in the coming iterations of the protocol design, we'll be getting into enabling that. And excited to work with Chainlink, Unibright in between on that project as well. And of course, Baseline is openly governed open source, and most importantly, probably poised to become an OASIS standard, which is the thing that is really needed to get the synchronized everything sort of really jump started. Yeah, sort of like how EDI in the 90s really took off after the standards were really established. Obviously, that's sort of I think we're at that inflection point, now with enterprise blockchain, and the Baseline protocol certainly leading the charge, and it's the most comprehensible pattern that I think anyone has ever seen when it comes to blockchain. And so I think that's why it's such a had so much interest. Yeah, so Baseline creates really compelling enterprise use cases. So this is a diagram that sort of teases out Shuttle, the actual Baseline as a service offering. We've been developing it for 6 to 9 months as part of the Provide product suite, and we've been working on getting sort of the low and no code bits with our partner Unibright. Working really to allow a user, for example, to visually design a workflow using, for example, a Chainlink circuit or I'm sorry, a Chainlink oracle and a circuit, and then combining that with the domain modeling expertise that Unibright brings to the table, and their visual workflow designer it's going to enable some really interesting opportunities for even citizen developers to build robust solutions using the Baseline protocol with one-click deployment to to the blockchain. So if you're interested, you can look at provide.services/shuttle, and you can sign up for early access. We'd love to have you and work with you. So George is just a fantastic technologist with LimeChain, and he's a maintainer also on the Baseline protocol. That's where we met, and he's the man. I'll let him describe this really awesome insight that he brought to the table. Essentially, his vision to enable participation of smaller organizations within large enterprise supply chain ecosystems, is really it's quite incredible. To this point, including these smaller players in these bigger ecosystems has been impossible. And the Baseline protocol is sort of the thing to bridge the gap. George.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'll let you
absolutely. Take it. And I'm going to do my best to be as fast as possible before you guys start throwing the virtual tomatoes at me. But Kyle spoke about a lot of interesting technology, and we are all here technologists gathered together. And we at LimeChain, like we are solutions providers. We are enterprise minded. We are solutions minded. We want to help companies innovate better through technology in their innovation, development, showcasing efficiency gains to various stakeholders, and essentially just making their business better. And we try to approach the technology from this perspective. And Baseline is a wonderful place for you to innovate, as John mentioned previously. So we took what Provide has been doing, we took what Baseline is there, and we decided to do something else. We decided to take some user feedback. Next slide, please, Kyle. And we actually spoke with several manufacturers and big enterprises around their needs for synchronization with external organizations. And our assumptions by default were, hey, like we have 2 or 3 big companies that need to synchronize together, and whenever they synchronize together, they're going to have massive efficiency gains. And then what we figured out actually is this is not the case, because you can have 3 bigger companies integrated together, but all of these 3 bigger companies have like massive fleet of smaller, unsophisticated vendors that are actually serving them to build them niche products. And unless you include them in this system, you don't have a full supply chain that can be reliable, that can be trustable. So what we needed to do is actually to figure out a way how to include the small players. And the small players are actually they're okay with spreadsheets. I mean, they don't need the fancy ERPs, they don't need the high sophistication systems, they just need their spreadsheets with several sheets inside it, and just it's doing the job. So what we decided to experiment there is with connecting Google Sheets and Microsoft Dynamics 365, LimeChain together with Provide. We decided, hey, can this actually be done? Is this possible to be synchronized through Baseline to Ethereum Mainnet? And we actually were able to do it. We were able to showcase the process that was outlined so many times with the Radish 34 system, but we were able to showcase how a bigger company can request a quotation, and this quotation can actually end up being specified into Google spreadsheets. And the same thing actually can be done very easily with Microsoft Excel. And the other way around, you can actually say, hey, I'm willing to process this proposal. I'm willing to propose you this and these prices. And this actually goes ahead and gets inserted inside the more complex and more sophisticated ERP. And yeah, here I have left you a link. There is a video that is actually showcasing all of this. You can view it later because it's like 13 minutes. No need to view it now. But what we wanted to showcase here with Kyle is that Baseline and Provide and this synchronization is for everyone. It's not just for bigger companies, but it can also help to include the smaller players that you're interacting with and actually add their value to the whole system. Yeah, pretty much.
George, it was a lot. It's a lot of fun working together. The LimeChain group, you guys are world class, and we look forward to collaborating further. Good stuff.
Thanks, mate.
Kyle, thanks a lot, guys. I'd like to introduce Tosh Jeans, Ecosystem Support at the Ethereum Foundation, and Dan Norkin, co-founder of Envision Blockchain Solutions. Also going to bring back out John Wolpert from Consensus and Karthik from EY. Tosh is the chair of the EEA's Mainnet Working Group, and these three gentlemen are the vice chairs of it. And they'll be giving some insights and thoughts on the mainnet now and in the future.
Thanks, John. So my slide isn't going forward. Next slide, please. There we go. Great. So first, I want to talk about a survey which we conducted. So the Mainnet Working Group was started in late last year in 2019. And the Mainnet Working Group is the EEA's kind of first foray into the world of Ethereum Mainnet, because historically, since its foundation, EEA has been focused on private permissioned Ethereum type blockchains. So one of the things the Mainnet Working Group has done is to conduct a survey, and there's a report now which you can download. We published last week. And I'll just talk about a couple of the key highlights or takeaways from the survey. So first, when we asked people what were the perceived benefits of building on Mainnet, why do people want to build on Mainnet as opposed to private permissioned Ethereum blockchains or other blockchains? The top two answers were security and interoperability. So security is presumably because Mainnet is secured by thousands of miners running proof of work, and that's perceived to be more secure than a small network running a few proof of authority nodes. And interoperability is because if you build on Mainnet, your application can interoperate or interact with or communicate with all of the other applications that are out there on Mainnet, kind of like building on the internet, as opposed to building on a private isolated silo. Second, we identified a need for more education around design patterns for dealing with technical problems like privacy, security, scaling, network congestion. So some of these things have solutions or have ways of designing around them, best practices, and there's a need for more education about those things. And lastly, we identified a need for some specific technology solutions to problems that enterprises have around things like dealing with gas price volatility and the challenges that some enterprises or organizations have in holding Ether tokens to pay for transactions. So we're starting a second survey now. The second survey will hopefully gather more information on this topic, and we'd love to hear from you. If you're building on Mainnet, thinking about building on Mainnet, if you'd like to build on Mainnet, if you have an idea about building on Mainnet, or if you can't build on Mainnet because of some limitation, we want to know about it. Please fill out the survey. There's a URL here. We'll also post the URL in the chat and in the slide during the break, so you don't have to write it down right now. Next slide, please. So one more quick point is I think a lot of the future of Mainnet is on layer 2. So layer 1 is the base Ethereum blockchain. Layer 2 is a category of scalability solutions that enable applications to handle many more transactions per second, higher throughput, and at lower cost. And this is a key technology for scaling. And I think the time is now. If you're building on Ethereum, you should probably start to think about layer 2 now. So there are many different layer 2 scalability solutions, rollups, plasma, state channel, side chains. There are trade-offs for each one. Don't have time to get into it. The point is, this is the time to start thinking about scaling as gas prices are going up, the network demand is going up. Layer 2 is going to become ever more important in the future. So now I'll hand it off to John and Karthik. Next slide, please, to talk about Baseline.
Well, thanks, Tosh. And I'd like, before we get going on Baseline, we've heard a lot about Baseline today, which we're all grateful for, and I'm glad to see that we're having an impact. But we should say that this is a really big deal that Tosh and the Ethereum Foundation and Hudson Jameson and Albert and Joseph and so many other people in the Ethereum Foundation and in the developer core generally are involved in this, EEA work with Mainnet, the Mainnet Working Group. I think this is the first time that we've done that. We've been waiting and hoping for a convergence of the communities for a long time, and this is a great example of that. And I think the next step is where we start to say, hey, standards are standards, whether they're for enterprises or small companies or innovators or improvers. The mainnet is for everybody, and we have to have one set of standards. And so it's really a big deal to have Tosh here. So thanks, Tosh, for being our chair. And you've been a great one. Karthik, why don't we, we've talked about all the other stuff, and we've talked about how 75% of, Ernst & Young and Forrester did a survey at the end of last year showing that it was about 75% of enterprises working, about 233 enterprise executives indicated that they see the public block mainnet as their future for their work. So that was a big deal. Obviously, we still have some blockchain blockers, and we've talked about how Baseline basically neutralizes a lot of those by using the mainnet in a different way, not as a database, but as middleware. But Karthik, let's talk about the feeds and speeds, right? Because people want to know that even with baselining, using the mainnet means dealing with mainnet with the current state of the mainnet and its future. So, and ideally, we want to use the mainnet, not a sidechain necessarily for baselining. A lot of reasons to have sidechains in layer 2, but with baselining, ideally, you want to be on the mainnet so that you can have those workflow proofs right there across any number of workflows, right? So you can integrate workflows on the fly on a single piece of paper, right? On a single bulletin board. So the question, of course, is how many can you get onto the mainnet blockchain at any given time? Where would you use the mainnet, and where would you might not want to use the mainnet today? We did some math, right? And we found that we can do about 1.8 million work steps a month, assuming a 9% congestion limit. And that the thing you want to keep in mind is if you have, say, a purchase order work step following, say, a master service agreement work step, and the master service agreement work step needs to be on-chain confirmed before you start the purchase order, then yeah, you definitely have to wait a block or two before that happens. And so your design will require that if you're using the mainnet. And if so, in workflows where that is not okay, where you need, sub-second confirmation before a subsequent work step occurs, then you'd want to use a layer 2 approach for that. Would you like to say anything about that, Karthik?
Yeah, I think you covered one of the main challenges or risks associated with, or at least the blockers that enterprises see in integrating their data systems or internal systems with the mainnet. In that, a lot of enterprise business transactions are at much higher scale in terms of cardinality as compared to what, say, the mainnet can handle. And as Tash was pointing out, one of the main areas we're seeing for scaling and optimization is the advent, or I would say the re-advent of the layer 2 solutions itself. One of the main things that we have been as part of establishment of this protocol, and also as part of our findings, we realized that as much as we want to use blockchain as a common frame of reference, it's very, very essential that it serves a purpose to provide reference rather than provide an entire data warehouse. So that's one of the main areas or the main concerns that enterprises have, is that, can I move all my data onto the blockchain? Well, that necessarily is not the design principle that we want to go with when we are leveraging the mainnet. Mainnet is essentially a great reconciliating system and an indexing system, so to speak.
So that's a good point. I do think business process automation is a nice horizontal use of the mainnet, in that even today, under eeth-1 conditions, not eeth-2, with no optimization like batching and rollups and other things that we can do with baseline work steps, which increases what you can push through by 10 to 100x, or will. Yeah. At the end of the day, most business process automation worries about things in a time frame of about a day, as opposed to sub-second, right? So if you get that PO in today, you're good, right? So that's a fairly forgiving case. And most companies, that's what they do. They buy things from each other. That's what we talk about when we talk about business process automation. So that's a really good space. And maybe that's if you have something else to say about that, we can go on.
Yeah, I think you summarized it well. I think one other aspect which needs to be also considered in general is the aspect of privacy. And when we say privacy, we've seen in general, many brilliant ways in which data is hashed and indexed and stored on the chain, and you can refer to it in different ways and so on. But what we essentially see in many of the enterprise processes is effectively what you can call as a quote unquote business rules engine. And when we first talk about smart contracts, we say that those could be your there could be analogs for a rules engine. But with privacy constraints, it becomes necessary that we not only mask away the data, but we also mask away the logic that is protecting that data, or that is causing the state change associated with the data.
Yeah, and Ernst & Young, by the way, is fantastic at that work in terms of zero knowledge circuit design. Some of the best in the world over at EY doing that. So if you're needing to do zero knowledge circuit design, give EY a call. Dan, I think we're on to you.
Yeah, great. Thank you, John and Karthik and Tosh and EA. Thank you for holding this over here. Just to kind of bring this full circle, and also just to call attention to something that Tosh just sent out to all the attendees, is a link to the survey. If you have a chance, go ahead and click on that. Just want to bring it back full circle to the Mainnet use case task force survey that we got some responses in the beginning. And there was some concerns about using Mainnet around a variety of different things. One of the concerns was around user experience. If I could just talk about that for just a minute or two. We typically like to talk about, right, as a blockchain system integrator, Envision Blockchain, right, with our customers. One of the biggest things that they're concerned about is when we're going to be bringing in, let's say, a new system, how will our users adopt to something like that? How much change is that going to bring on? And that's been some of the rigor when trying to introduce the benefits of leveraging a blockchain network, a mainnet, for example. If you take a look at the right-hand side of the screen, the 5 R's of modernization, one of them doesn't fit. There's a typo there. It should be retain, not expand. It's actually four R's and 1 E, but that's neither here nor there. But essentially, right, one of the R's, which should be retain, and you've seen this in the previous example, like with LimeChain when they were talking about Google Sheets, is you take a look at your application that you currently are using. You can either choose to retire it, to replace it, to rehost it, re-envision it, or you can choose to expand it. And that's usually when your application is doing well, there's a relatively good value, low cost of ownership. So therefore you can, expand it. You can add a wrapper around that application. And if you go on to the next slide, just to kind of wrap this thought up, right? It's like what we like to say, and you've been seeing this throughout all the presentations, is that, 5 years from now, 10 years from now, it's not if blockchain will be adopted, it's when it will be adopted. Realistically, the end users won't realize or even know or even have to think about that there is this blockchain network which is going to be leveraged, right? So there's already a very large integration market that you can see on the left-hand side, that there's $12 billion that's currently being invested to connect the systems that we're currently are using to make this easier for us to do our day-to-day business, and exactly the topic that John and Karthik were just talking about with the B2B automation. Just wanted to just call on to the right-hand side of the screen that when you are retaining or expanding your system, for example, what we showed in the Radish 34 demo with Dynamics 365, and also we show that with Google Sheets, we show that with SAP, is that you can start to build these competitive advantages and enable business agility and change and provide insight and situation awareness, reduce costs without even having to get rid of the systems that you currently are using. So as far as user adoption is concerned and user experience is concerned, there's been a lot of great innovation and a lot of work, and we're really looking forward to moving the needle. So thank you, everybody.
I'm gonna have to keep us moving. So thank you very much. We ate into the break a bit. If you saw in the chat, we did post a link to the survey. If you'd be so kind, please take 2 minutes to fill that out. These insights are really meant for ecosystem improvement and will be shared with the greater blockchain community. And they'll also be used for the design and build of technical solutions in the future. So please take that survey. And we're going to take a very, very quick break, and then we're going to be on to Vanessa Grillette from Consensus and Blockchain for Social Impact. All right, everyone, welcome back after just a very quick break. I've been looking forward to this next track. Please welcome Vanessa Grillette, Executive Director at Consensus and the President of the Blockchain for Social Impact Coalition. She'll be discussing payments and financial inclusion and the importance of its social impact. On to you, Vanessa.
Thank you so much. Are you able to put up the slides before I start, or do you want me to share my screen?
Just 1 second. We should have the slides all prepared for you.
One moment, please. I'm working on your slides.
I'm happy to share my screen if you wish. All right, great. So hi, everyone. I'm excited to speak to you today about DeFi and financial inclusion. It's going to be a 10-minute presentation, so something quite quick, but really to set the scene and make you think about what we can do to enhance financial inclusion while we're creating all these new exciting new opportunities. Just to set the scene, financial inclusion today, what does it mean? What's the definition that we give it? There's a general definition, which is the access of appropriate, affordable, and accessible financial products and services to vulnerable and low-income individuals in a manner that's fair, sustainable, and transparent. Today, we have a staggering number of 3.5 billion financially excluded individuals all over the world. The World Bank estimates that the unbanked population is 1.7. Unbanked mean that they don't have an account with a financial institution. On top of that, there's an underbanked population, which has limited access to financial institutions, but however can use, check cashing services or payday loans. So that's in terms of the individuals. What's also super important is that we have 200 million small and medium-sized enterprises who are unbanked and don't have access to regular bank accounts in order to conduct business. And knowing that these enterprises are critical to the employment in developing countries, we see the breadth of the issue. So what does it mean when you're underserved in the financial services space? It means you can't open a bank account, you can't have a debit card, you can't have a car loan to buy a car to go to work, you can't buy property, you can't buy any land to grow your crops. You can barely get short-term loans, and you can't send money across to your family internationally unless it's at a very high price. So we see how, stuck in place people are to engage in modern society and the economy when they don't have access to financial services. And people have been trying to find solutions for that. Today, traditional players are trying to leverage blockchain technology in order to give access to the unbanked. So it's really the theme about banking the unbanked. So the traditional banking industry is moving slowly. So whether it's credit card and international transfers, banking institutions, and even microcredit institutions. We see also that fintech solutions are trying to find some solutions, and they all put forward the financial inclusion argument. Everything that they're doing is for financial inclusion. So Libra, when they did their announcement, stated, and I quote, "Libra's mission is to enable simple global currency and financial infrastructure that empowers billions of people." So that feels like a mission statement that they're moving forward. Same thing with PayPal. When they announced their initiatives in crypto, they stated that crypto assets could help achieve greater financial inclusion and help eliminate some of the pain points that exist today in financial services. We also see central banks getting very active in retail CBDC, thinking about a post-COVID world where governments need to disperse amounts to specific populations who are affected and which they may not already serve well. There are discussions about how CBDC could solve that, retail CBDC. However, there are some challenges in rolling out this technology because the regulatory infrastructure remains. The cost of capital for these institutions to acquire these customers remains. There are requirements to have bank and money transfer licenses for new institutions. And so that's on the institutional side, but also from an individual perspective, we have 2 billion people who don't have identity, who are not able to produce government official documentation attesting of who they are. So that combined with the regulatory restriction is really a hard hurdle to overcome. Other issues include insufficient funds in order to operate the accounts, or personal beliefs from the individuals that don't trust the institutions or cannot engage, in credit operations for personal beliefs. However, I'm sorry, I have to change my. We see another movement in the DeFi space, which also aims or tries to be more inclusive of new players. It's the DeFi movement with decentralized lending protocols, the emergence of stablecoins, the possibility to send money across the board with remittances through cryptocurrencies, and initiatives in the universal basic income, which is disconnected from the traditional government universal basic income concept. Here again, some of the same challenges are raised, but even more so because it's such an emerging space. AML and KYC costs, licenses, lack of documentation, issues with UX, UI, and onboarding, issues with crypto to fiat on-ramp. And how do we reach the last mile? What is the experience when you have populations who either are illiterate or do not have connectivity? And so the digital divide keeps growing. From a more technical perspective, you know, in order for us to grow the DeFi space, there are issues around Oracle, gas costs, security, scalability, and volatility of cryptocurrencies. So how would we see DeFi, which is really emerging now, be successful in achieving greater financial inclusion? So we see another narrative here, which is creating new institutions for the unbanked. The people who have been excluded are not able to get back in the traditional circle, so let's create something new for them. So that means leapfrogging to the financial institution, creating new client experience, but also working hand in hand with governments and institutions who know well the issues that these populations are facing on the ground. And that's it.
Thanks so much, Vanessa. Moving on to our next topic today, Ethereum adoption by enterprise within commerce. Please welcome Karen Scarborough, Senior Technology Associate in Digital Innovation at BP. And she'll be highlighting the blockchain journey she and the team have been on over at BP. Over to you, Karen.
Yes, thank you to the EEA for having us here. So I don't know if it's just me who's lost the presentation on this side. Oh, okay, there we go. Great. So thank you again for having us. I'm going to go through a bit of what BP has experienced on our blockchain journey internally. So if we can move to the next slide here. I'll go through our team and kind of how we look at the technology, and then how we see the state of blockchain and enterprise and the initiatives that we've had internally, along with our internal hackathons that we've conducted. So moving on to the team and explaining a bit more about what we do. So in the context of the digital science and engineering team that I'm in, blockchain is one component of a much larger ecosystem that we look in for technology. And we see tremendous benefit with that, because blockchain, as most of us on this call know, is just one component of all the improvements that are occurring in different realms of technology around the world. So we really get to take those connections back to our business use cases. And you can see some here of the categories that we're looking at. And the ecosystem that we get in touch with, because we've got more of a long-term vision in this team than quick turnaround modernization and transformation teams that we have, we look more on the order of 5, 10, 15 years out. We connect with everything from institutional vendors to academia to very early stage startups, and really try to look along the spectrum of how this different new technologies are going to affect our business models or change them. So we actually get to start out at a much different starting point than looking at just solving existing problems. And then as far as we've seen the state of blockchain and BP, taking it back from when Ethereum and the Hyperledger Corda was launched, we actually got involved pretty quickly, spinning up our first POCs in 2017. And we have seen across that line from then till now a lot of blockchain consortium formation. I'll talk about some of those that we're involved in later. And you've seen enterprise use cases really evolve into something different than they've been a few years ago. We're still learning what would they the best use case for this technology and where to appropriately use it and leverage it versus what other solutions might be more applicable. But we have done quite a lot with existing here and now for blockchain, but what we see coming next is the work we need to do in understanding interoperability, different privacy solutions, different scaling solutions, and understand more the impact of the public networks and how that's going to affect our existing infrastructure for what we've built and what we'd like to build in the future as well. So I'll talk a bit about our initiatives that we've done thus far. So the first one that I'll go over is Strala. This is a peer-to-peer solar and battery storage energy sharing platform on blockchain. And this is primarily in our UK business. We have an MVP up and going there with a little over 100 customers so far, looking at this use case more in depth. It's on the App Store if you'd like to see what it's all about and what it looks like. But this is an exciting area for us, going back to what we can leverage that BP does already, which is an energy provider business. So we're looking into how this it could be an opportunity and grow from where it is right now to more applications as well. And you may have also heard of another consortium that we're a member of called VACT. So now it's composed of 12 members. It was launched, I believe, at the beginning of 2019 formally, but BP put in a ton of input to the build out of it and the initial release. And when it was initially released, I believe it started with 9 members. So we see it as a strong positive that we've been able to bring on new members in that consortium. And the solution that it's providing right now is solely post-trade, so not active trading, but all of the you can see to the right, the 30% of invoices were disputed in this arena prior to the implementation of this solution. And so it's trying to solve that settlement and reconciliation workflow that occurs after trade. And the first market that we're in is in the North Sea. We're looking at what would be most advantageous to approach after that. And we've recently, VACT has recently engaged in partnerships with inspection services as well to expand the potential capabilities. So this is one that's certainly of interest and we continue to pay attention to, but it's existing for BP as a participation role in a consortium at this point. And probably what I'm most excited to talk about is the internal hackathons that we have done, because those provided a lot of value to us. So a big question that we've had is, how do we move past a proof of value, minimum viable product to production as part of a larger value strategy? And in doing that, we wanted to build out more of the entirety of the process with the actual parties involved. So our actual end business users, not just people from the innovation group or our technology realm, but people who would actually be using the improved solution at the end of the day. So the typical workflow that it looks like from a enterprise is you explore different technologies. Often it's not just a succinct look at how do we use blockchain, but how do we solve a problem. You find a use case, and then there's the exercise of going through a contractual agreement with a third-party service provider to provide that solution. And then the business process experts guide on the development of a process flow and specifications that's given to the external development team. And then digital security is a huge aspect, especially with how much needs to be connected and implemented in most of these projects. So that is a big step in the process. And then you have project completion and acceptance. And that's actually a fairly long supply chain when you think about it to go from start to finish and success in an enterprise environment. So we looked at how can we shorten that supply chain? And that here we can talk through what we can do internally to learn technologies and accelerate when we go to external parties to build something out that we're ready. So what we can do internally is more on the order of finding an appropriate use case and building out that business process that realistically gets built out in a lot of lean and Kaizen activity anyways, and can be with the right understanding of the technology shaped to an appropriate solution as well. So in order to facilitate, we had internal BP hackathons. And I'll talk about how we conducted those more in a second. So we did this on the no-code platform that Trium offers, and our business users found this really easy to work with. What we did is we spent a morning going over what blockchain was, and an audience from participants that included procurement and supply chain, finance, our trading group. We had people who were working in our operations in the Gulf of Mexico and then in the UK as well. We hosted 2 days, and the morning of the first day we went over blockchain and what it was, and then learning a bit more about how to use that platform. It allowed users to develop their own opportunity scenarios. So the result was over a dozen new use cases. We had about 50 participants in total that grouped into smaller teams to form a hackathon-like team. So that was a huge success for us to draw on use cases that we could take as is and explore more that were presented of value from the business itself. So they presented an MVP-like product to others in the company from using this low-code tool that could spin up a user interface and be seen by leadership in a way that's tangible, that's something that they can actually get a look and feel for. So the big takeaway from that one, it means the availability of low-code or no-code platforms for development is really pivotal. And these no-code platforms make blockchain accessible to everyone. So you get the citizen developer experience within enterprise as well. So thank you.
Thanks a lot, Karen. Next, let's welcome Hayden Jones, Senior Blockchain Director at PwC and the proud author of the book, The Executive Guide to Blockchain. He'll be addressing the ever important topic and one that influences you, me, and the businesses we all work within, transforming identity and credentials.
Thank you, Jack, for that introduction. It's a pleasure to be working with yourself and Vanessa. And I'm sending you wonderful greetings from London. It's a glorious day here. And it's a real pleasure to be part of this forum, which is very special in terms of connecting people globally in the blockchain space. So if you want to just, can we just move the slide forward? That's it, yeah. So as Jack said, just a quick plug there on the left-hand side for the book. So this was something we published earlier in the year, myself, Maria Grazia Vigliotti, sort of echoing the need for a deeper, further, broader explanation of blockchain and the use of in a business context. And as Jack said, so I'm a director focused on sales and business development in PwC, pretty much covering most sectors. And as Jack said, what we'll be talking to today is Smart Credentials, which is a platform for capturing certificates, capturing academic business qualifications, and then writing them to a blockchain platform. And then this is something that we've worked with in an Ethereum context previously, so it's great to be part of this. So let's just have some context. The world has become more disrupted. What we've seen over the last 6 months has changed many of the different ways that we do business. The world has become more virtual, and as such, trust is even more vital than ever. So in a world where we have been deprived of physical access, so the ability to touch things physically, the ability to interact with cash physically, the ability to interact with people physically has become very sort of disconnected. So we as PwC saw the opportunity, and it was probably about 2 years ago we started looking at this, but we saw this opportunity in the certification space as it relates to blockchain. And we saw this idea, this whole idea, this sort of world of certificates where we have birth, we have your passport credentials, you've got marriage, you've got inheritance, you've got death. So that kind of sits in the background. They're all government issued credentials. You've got things like health certificates, which is partly relevant to today's discussion, but as I said, more focused on academic and professional qualifications. And in the upper tier there, you've got certificates which aren't directly relevant in terms of your career, your professional history. So you've got primary school, secondary school, you've got things like driving license. But right in the middle there, you've got your university qualifications, you've got your professional qualifications, and that's something which has to stay with you throughout your whole professional life. And the ability to access those, the ability to issue them and then access and then provide them to a reviewer in this sort of virtual world that we now live in. We saw this as a great opportunity, and the time for us now, the time is now right in terms of taking smart creds to market and actually syndicating it further across a whole range of different stakeholders, whether in the business education space or covering academia. This is a really useful study that we picked up on at the back end of last year. So there's an organization called Credence Background Checking. CEO there's Headley Clark, so that's a UK-based company. They surveyed something like 55,000 CVs, and 25% contained inconsistencies, 15% related to academic qualifications. So that's greater than 1 in 10. 49% of large businesses in the UK, 48% of SMEs have encountered a candidate who has lied either falsely, claiming the award of a degree certificate, or inflating the grade. So this is a real issue, and we've got data that actually underpins that. And then you can see here in terms of the problem, the implications from a cost perspective. Certainly within the United Kingdom, estimated cost is roughly about £23 billion to the economy as it relates to job applicants who have embellished or lied about their credentials. In terms of capability, having candidates within that talent supply chain who have in some way doctored or changed their credentials, their academic credentials, professional qualifications, that impacts the whole talent pool that we're exposed to on a day-to-day basis. There's a whole efficiency point there. So the delays that are caused by the vetting of documentation, the underlying verification processes that go with that, and then the frustration that the candidate feels as part of that whole onboarding process and transitioning into a new role. So as far as the candidate is concerned, it has to be a seamless digital process, which is easy to run through. It gives them a good sense that this is a positive, engaging, and secure process that they're going through. And then finally, on the right-hand side, our current world of certification, which is dominated by paper, there's always that hidden opportunity for bias, which introduces discrimination. So actually, with much of the cryptography that we've got sitting around blockchain, what we can do is we can create a framework whereby the validity of the qualification is attested to, and we can tie that back to a reference credential. But personal information about the individuals, such as their names, their addresses, and some stylistic points around their profile, can actually be anonymized, and that removes the opportunity for bias. So we see this as an opportunity. So you've got cost, we can take cost out of the talent supply chain. We've got capability, so we can improve the quality of the talent supply chain. Efficiency, so we can take paper out, we can remove that latent digital friction that's in there, and then we can use this in a positive sense in terms of removing bias, that latent bias that sits within the existing process. Solution smart credentials. So this is a PwC powered offering. Enables credentials to be issued, carried, and shared globally, and thus empowers users and helps build trust in society. So if you look at what we do as PwC, principally audit, assurance, we then have a consulting capability, tax, and deals, but we stand for building, raising levels of trust in society. And in terms of this opportunity to take smart credentials and removes this sort of latent digital friction. We saw great opportunity there. This is some basic workflows. So you can see on the left-hand side there, you've got the graduates. They're provided with, there might be a physical certificate in the first instance to get them onboarded into the process. And there's a certain amount of tradition, heritage that's associated with that. But the idea is to attach some kind of QR credential to that allows the graduate, the candidate, to upload and access an app, which then gives them the ability to access what we kind of loosely refer to as a creds book, if you like. And within that is a reference to the underlying certificate, which is then secured, referenced back to a blockchain capability, which has got all of the signing and the original version of the certificate that's recorded there. So we have a timestamp credential that's tied back to the underlying issuing institution. You can see here, in terms of the recruiter and the employer, the idea is that the candidate, the graduate, the individual that's got the qualification shares that QR credential with the recruiter, the employer, and they can use that then to very simply confirm that the qualification is valid. But it also then gives them access to the Smart Creds ecosystem. What we're looking to do is to use this process to kind of bootstrap adoption. So actually push out these credentials. So we're actually using the certificate holders to help enable the bootstrapping of this, getting this out into the recruiter, the employer ecosystem, so that we can see levels of adoption raise and improve, so that we can actually see greater uptake, larger volumes of certificates that are being uploaded onto the Smart Creds platform. Showcase, so we did a pilot with the Scottish Chartered Accountants up in the north of the United Kingdom there, and that was very successful. PwC test blockchain credentials validator. We got a little bit of coverage there in the Wall Street Journal. PwC test blockchain for validating job candidates' credentials. So ICAS was very important for us because it focused on a professional institution, which is very close to us as a professional body, and it proved that it can work. So we've created the technical platform, so we can issue the certificates, we can capture the certificates, and we can share the certificates with the reviewer. I think what we're looking now towards doing is creating a commercial framework that sits around this, and more importantly, a vehicle for actually bootstrapping it so that we can raise levels of adoption and push this out into the ecosystem. As you can see there, ramping up certificate capture. There are a range of commercial models, and we're testing these with different organizations. So I'd be very interested to receive input or connections from any of you out there that are interested in exploring this as a result of this presentation. But effectively, there are some ideas here around, from an issuer's perspective, what we can do is we can apportion revenue to the issuing entity in some form. We can then, from a candidate perspective, there's the opportunity to both pay or reward candidates for loading up certificates, albeit that could then transition to some form of a license arrangement going forward, where they're actually licensing the app and they're actually paying to use it as a framework to hold certificates. So the idea is, one, that the issuers receive revenue, two, is the candidates can benefit in the short term from some kind of revenue flow, but that may transition to some kind of payment that they've got to make for actually having the facility. And then most importantly, we're tapping into that reviewer capability there. So that's where we see the sort of the primary revenue flow coming from. So these are recruitment agencies, headhunters, organizations that validate credentials. And we see these high risk professional roles where we have to take a lot of care in terms of confirming the professional history. And we see that there as one very important lock-in in terms of generating revenue. So commercial model, we're still testing this with a range of different organizations. So there's something there for the issuers, there's something there for the candidates, and there's something there from a reviewer perspective. And clearly, the parameters here that we're exploring is volume. So it's the volume of certificates, the volume of reviews, and that's both historic, current to forecasts going forward.
We have to keep moving along, Hayden.
Yeah, I think we're almost done. Actually, we just got to get to the next slide. There we go. If you want to move that back, Jack. There we go. So it's universities, business schools, professional educators out there. Typically, the exercise starts with some kind of opportunity assessment, but again, very keen to interact with entities, organizations out there that want to continue this conversation. And at that, I will close. It's been a pleasure, and I very much look forward to hearing from you further.
Thanks a lot, Hayden. All right, as we press on further, let's welcome to the stage our stellar panel of financial leaders. To start, Christine Moy is the lead of JP Morgan's blockchain team and was nice enough to lead our panel for today. She'll be accompanied by Artem Koryanyuk, Executive Director of Business Innovation and FinTech Strategy at DTCC, as well as Valerie Tehia, Partner at Perkins Coie LLP and formerly Branch Chief at the SEC. And then lastly, please welcome Adam Clark, the Chief Technology Officer at Finality. Take it away, Christine.
Thanks, Jack. Really excited to be here. Really excited to be joined by these panelists who are in position to really move the needle about having blockchain being used in actual real-world finance. And this is a topic that's so close to my heart. For those of you who don't know, I lead the blockchain program here at JP Morgan. And for me personally, and for the firm, it's been about a 6-year journey so far, or 5 or 6 year journey. I always losing count. It just feels like dog years, as you guys who are in blockchain and crypto know. Like a week in our lives is like 7 years. So just to recap, since it's a broad audience, a recap of like what JP Morgan's been up to in the past few years. In 2015, we forked the public Ethereum code base and added a certain flavor of privacy and performance. Shout out to the head of Quorum, Sam Falla, who's also an EEA board member. In 2016, we started a journey to research zero knowledge proofs, first partnering with the Zcash company, and then continuing the journey with Consensus and the Monetary Authority of Singapore as part of Project Ubin, and then doing independent zero knowledge proof work with our development of Zether, which is open source. Please take a look at it. In 2017, we crossed the impossible chasm of blockchain proof of concept to production with the Interbank Information Network, which is the peer-to-peer network for cross-border banks to connect to resolve cross-border payments operational issues, starting with sanction screening exceptions. Really excited for us to get, especially as a globally regulated bank, to get across, to cross that chasm, to get blockchain live. And really excited to the progress to date, have over 400 cross-border banks signed up to join the network. If you're interested, Google Interbank Information Network. And we have a whole website that lists all the banks that are involved. Really excited to have them as partners. And also in 2017, of course, helped to co-found the Enterprise Ethereum Alliance, which we're really proud to see the work that's being demonstrated today in today's session and the work that's been done through the year so far. In 2018, we tokenized bonds with our Dromeus platform. This is actually when I was a product manager and before I led the team, one of the first banks to make a foray into tokenized financial instruments. I guess what those of you in the public space would think of as kind of like the underpinnings of DeFi, except from a traditional point of view, basically using smart contracts to build the entire life cycle of a bond, from issuance to its maturity, including interest payments, et cetera. And we tested a $150 million bond issuance with National Bank of Canada, GSAM, Western Asset, Pfizer Treasury, and another asset manager undisclosed. So really excited to have started that journey in tokenized financial instruments back then. And that was actually the origin story to JP Morgan Coin. For those of you who have not heard of JP Morgan Coin, JP Morgan Coin essentially is fiat on blockchain. So, basically, how do we make payments on enterprise blockchain? We can certainly create tokenized debt instruments, but you can't create money, or at least not in the banking world that we live in. So how do we make that transition between connecting legacy systems to these new blockchain systems. And that's where JP Morgan Coin was born. And you know, in 2019, we also launched work around Internet of Things, connecting tokenizing vehicles and combining telematics and blockchain to digitize audit processes between our Chase Auto business and the dealerships that they work with and finance. And then also really proud to have announced a multi-currency payments clearing network in Singapore as part of the final stage of Project Ubin with Monetary Authority of Singapore. And actually the report for that phase just dropped. So check it out on the web. Really proud of that work and continuing it this year. So, you know, you probably haven't heard from me this year or heard from the team this year because 2020 has really been like a heads down year. You know, really just trying to move some of the foundational work that we discussed out of the proof of concept phase into production, and, you know, specifically tokenized payments and tokenized securities. And for those of you that have ever built technology at a bank or have tried to push enterprise blockchain, you know that that's a long slog. You know that's not as easy as just saying I wrote some lines of smart contract code, I'm going to deploy it. You know that's like a multilingual type of discussion where you are talking about technology, you're talking about business cases and investment cases to get sponsorship and funding. You're talking about, you know, what is like the legal treatment of my tokenized balances, whether they be, you know, fiat or securities. You're talking about what is the local regulatory system and how does this fit into that? And then you're even getting down to ground level details like, you know, who's going to do level 1, level 2, level 3 support for this technology when it gets built? What does that even look like? You know, what's the rule book for this going to look like from a governance standpoint for the participants that are going to participate in this network? So getting into all that good stuff. So if you haven't heard from me, you know, probably won't hear from me for the rest of the year, but it had to come out for EEA and, you know, have this crowd share their details. And, you know, so, you know, as I mentioned, you know, in the past 6 years, like we've learned that it's not been about just technology and a lot of it is about regulation. And so I wanted to, you know, call out Valerie from Perkins Coie, who actually used to be at the SEC and also the FINRA, to share with us what she's been seeing with her clients in terms of how they're navigating the regulatory regime. What are regulators thinking now a couple years later after the 2017 craziness that they had to experience? So Valerie, if you could share with us what your experience has been in the past year or so, that'd be really interesting to us.
Great, thanks, Christine. So it's been pretty broad and it's been very much dependent upon the actual client. So where you're dealing with traditional regulated financial services regulated intermediaries, oftentimes they have a deep bench of in-house counsel who really understand the rules and regulations that they're required to comply with. And so by the time they reach out to outside counsel, they really do have a proof of concept. They kind of have a clear plan. And it's more facilitating that discussion with regulators to get them comfortable and also helping the clients identify potential key areas that regulators may focus on, and whether that has to do with, you know, specific rules or just general market infrastructure and what the collateral impact might be. Also helping socialize it with others, counterparties in the industry, just because there are always questions about how will this disrupt, will it disrupt? And that's one of the key concerns always from a regulatory perspective. And then I think where you have clients that are new to the space or new to the financial services space and are looking to offer a myriad of different services, I think a lot of it is around education and making sure that they understand various regulatory regimes that come into play and helping them navigate. And also a lot of that goes into the counseling is at the outset, because in order to build out the planned project, then you really have to be well aware of the regulations at the outset, because otherwise you get really far along down a specific path only to find out that there is going to be a regulatory barrier that you didn't anticipate, and then you're going back and trying to reconfigure and rethink. And I think that with regards to your question about, you know, what regulators think these days, I think that they're very open-minded. they're always going to be their regulators. So there's always like they're suspicious by nature. They want to understand, when you think about, like, I was at the SEC for over a decade, and one of the concerns is always market integrity. I mean, we have a multi-trillion-dollar market. And so anything that disrupts, they don't like words like disruption. So, we're going to come in and disrupt that nomenclature. So coming in with a very clear path for, what you're planning to do is important. And when you have that, regulators are generally very receptive and open, even if they don't necessarily agree, and they take a very Socratic approach. So have you thought about how this will impact, retail investors? Have you thought about how this will, what the back office clearance and settlement process will look like? Have you figured out, how you're going to communicate with institutional clients? I think it's all of those just basic fundamental. They ask those questions, but they also have reached out. I feel like they've been very proactive in reaching out to key participants in the industry to better understand what they're thinking about. And I think that there's a lot of interest from a regulatory perspective in the technology. I think we've seen the initial kind of negative response to assets, specific assets like ICOs and so forth. But I think that when you move away from focusing primarily on assets and look at the underlying technology, regulators are very, very interested because they see the potential efficiencies that can be created in the market through the reduction in latency, streamlining back office processes, reducing potential market and counterparty risk, which then leads into potentially reducing capital requirements, because where you can reduce risk and you can create more efficiencies, then it reduces the amount of capital you need to have set aside to insure against potential issues. And so it has significant, I think that they're really focused on the underlying technology and how it can be used to definitely create more efficiencies in the overall fundamental market structure.
Cool, thanks. And what's really interesting is that the name of this panel is Ethereum in Finance. And when you come from a legacy institution like JP Morgan, you think, oh, okay, we're talking about like enterprise blockchain and tokenization of financial instruments and payments, et cetera. But I do know that there is a certain crowd, especially given how big DeFi has been, that's thinking, okay, we're going to talk about DeFi today. Now, Valerie, in your client set, I know you have a broad range of clients. Like, what are you seeing? Like, what is the range of like traditional enterprise blockchain as we've known it versus like the emergence of DeFi projects? Like, and what are some of the trends that you've been seeing? How is the engagement, kind of evolving between the or if it's a spectrum, or if it's not like two parallel paths?
I think that it's a spectrum. I think you have entities all across that spectrum. What I've noticed personally is that for the new entrants into the space, the conversations definitely seem to focus more around DeFi, as opposed to when you're dealing with traditional, like multinational large organizations that have large repositories of data and information, and they need their systems to communicate and to seamlessly integrate. You're looking more at, or the conversation seems to really be focused around the enterprise. It's more of an enterprise focus. Whereas new entrants, they don't have all of that legacy information and the client base and the regulatory framework that they're more focused on the DeFi space, where they do have far more flexibility, and because they don't have all of that legacy information and that infrastructure. And I think that it gets, I traditionally represent broker dealers and exchanges, like SEC regulated, and so there are very prescriptive rules that limit what they can and can't do, and they have to be very thoughtful about how they approach new technology. And there's a lot of focus on the use of technology. Whereas with startups, there's a lot more creativity, and it's kind of the wild, wild west of approaches, which is really exciting.
Yep. Yeah, definitely. And, you know, kind of speaking of startups, you know, I want to bring out Adam Clark, who's the CTO of Finality, to talk about, you know, what the journey has been being a startup that is building real serious financial payments infrastructure globally, connecting the central bank. So yeah, if you can share sort of how's your journey been, and also elaborate for the crowd, since it's a broad audience, like what exactly is the problem that you're trying to solve, and how are you guys going about doing it?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Christine. So yeah, it's been an interesting journey, certainly. The last year, we incorporated Finality just over a year ago after a Series A funding round. We got 15 of the large investment banks in as our initial Series A. But I guess the thing is, we've probably spent 3.5, nearly 4 years now as a consortium project, and then later as Finality, working with the regulators. And Valerie put it very well. They're very receptive. And we've been working really hard with those guys. So we're working with 5 central banks: the ECB, the Bank of England, the Fed, the Bank of Japan, and the Bank of Canada. And we're getting some good traction with all of them, and making really good progress. You're right. The regulatory side of this side is very complicated, and we've spent a lot of time, a lot of effort working on that, significantly more than we have actually on the technology specifically, which is an Ethereum-based technology. But so, you know, Finality, what is it and what are we trying to do? I guess what we're trying to do is create a new payment system that gives access to central bank money to more than just the GSIBs, the global investment banks and the ones that currently have access to it. So at the moment, if a bank would want to have access to central bank money, they need to use a counterparty, so a JP Morgan or someone similar. And that actual money then sits on the balance sheet of the counterparty. So there's that counterparty risk that Valerie was talking about. So you have the capital requirements associated with dealing with that capital risk or counterparty risk are quite large. If you use the Finality payment system, basically once you've funded our system through a counterparty, we tokenize the central bank money, and you're a participant on the system. So you then own legally that money, and it sits on your balance sheet and not on the counterparty balance sheet, therefore massively reducing the counterparty risk that sits with you. So you can then move that money in real time using to other participants of the Finality payment system, which doesn't take the sort of 2 or 3 days of traditional clearing and settlement. And then as we build out more and more of these payment systems globally, you'll start to be able to do cross-border payments with instant settlement Finality in the same way, so that you can reduce that counterparty risk.
Okay, so serious question. When Finality goes live, does JP Morgan coin still have to exist?
Okay, good question. So I think they're actually quite different things in a lot of respects, similar but different. Okay, based on the same technology.
Explain it to me. Explain it to me.
Okay, sure. So basically, JP Coin. You know, my understanding, you guys are basically tokenizing the cash for your clients. So it's a commercial bank.
And it has the treatment of a deposit at JP Morgan Chase Bank NA. That's
exactly.
Important. We spent a amount of time working on that, just so you know, and using blockchain as books and records, not a message.
Exactly. So, and the difference with us is that money sits within the balance sheet of the participant of Finality. So, so where you're doing it for your clients, the people that are using JP Morgan, we're trying to open that out to more organizations, banks, even possibly commercial organizations later, to access the actual underlying central bank money.
Yeah, and if you were to ask me, you know, like I think the general view is that the world is so big and this technology is so difficult. Could definitely see, you know, where you guys have pockets. We may not necessarily have to be there, but there'll be other pockets like that won't necessarily need central bank money, or you have gotten there yet. And in order to enable this ecosystem, we kind of just need to fill out the space and work together and cooperate. Yeah. So really excited to kind of see what that next step change looks like when we have networks working together. You know, I want to pass it over to Artem really quickly, you know, because now we have the startup point of view, but now we've got the legacy point of view here. And interestingly enough, a legacy player who is using blockchain to get into a new market, specifically private securities. So Artem, if you could just tell us a little bit about Project Whitney, what the journey's been, what the inspiration was. You know, I'm wondering, Like, was it all of the security tokens, like in the public Ethereum space, that inspired this project? Yeah, if you could just elaborate on what.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for that question. So let me first contextualize the group that I represent, because it's an important framing for kind of the project itself, right? So DTCC's innovation group drives research and experimentation with emerging tech, DLT obviously being case in point. We also lead the identification and evaluation of potential use cases, new business opportunities. We have a rapid prototyping framework that enables us to stand up POCs and prototypes under our innovation umbrella. And its primary point is to vet them with the market as quickly as possible. This ultimately allows us to reduce the time and cost of failure. The lower those two data points are of failure, the more you can fail, the faster you can succeed through iteration. Now, most recently, we've shared with the industry 2 projects that came out of this framework, Project Whitney being one of them, Project Ion being the second. I'll give you a one sentence line on Ion, just because it did come up a little bit in the earlier portion with Valerie. But Project Ion is really about looking at the modernization of our existing clearing and settlement systems, with the goal of driving accelerated settlement and reducing margin requirements with the industry. That is a DLT-based project, and if there's questions, happy to take them. More namely on Whitney, slightly different. Again, parallel path, parallel framework. Project Whitney is all about exploring the opportunity to offer a digital infrastructure and a network for the private markets. Now, DTCC is most known for being a clearinghouse and a central securities depository in the US. In that role, we've been able to significantly streamline and scale the public markets to what they are today, with all their benefits and inefficiencies to some extent. But ultimately, if you break it all down, public markets have tons of liquidity, significant risk reduction from the market overall, and quite frankly, a very low cost per trade. That's public markets. When we looked at private markets, we quite frankly saw an untapped opportunity and a set of underserved clients. Yeah, private markets are very, very manual and paper-based, making the cost per trade astronomical when compared to public markets. Just the sheer size of it is very different there, right? But there's significant amount of fragmentation as well when you look at all the different ecosystem providers, right? Data silos, vertical silos, end-to-end with no direct connectivity and interoperability. All of this puts undue pressure on issuers to maintain compliance and suitability, and quite frankly, in many respects, prevents secondary market liquidity providers from seamlessly onboarding and offboarding both investors and issues for trading. Because of these universally understood facts, Christine, to your point, yeah, we've seen a big flurry of tokenization platforms that have come to this space, starting with Ethereum Mainnet, right? And really try to offer digitization and automation solutions. Yeah, we've spent some time looking at that, and as part of Project Whitney, we designed and built a prototype solution that we believe is uniquely positioned to address a lot of the aforementioned pain points and aspire to do for the private markets what DTCC has been able to do for the public markets, right? So where we feel our prototype really stands out in its implementation is that it offers, integration to both public Ethereum and private blockchains like Corda and Fabric. That connectivity allows us to have more seamless interoperability and address any potential risks of any 51% attacks or any force majeure measures that can happen on any one of those networks, right? Has a robust off-chain compliance oracle that can maintain much more complex compliance and suitability rules than you could in a decentralized and automated pure smart contract itself. And API interfaces that allow all the different participants to connect and interface around a common multi-party workflow, right? We believe that those core components are a prerequisite to drive further efficiencies and build a foundation as this space continues to evolve, both from a technology perspective, from a market structure perspective, and to Valerie's earlier point, from a regulatory perspective as well, right? The one thing that I'll just briefly mention, this is still very much a prototype, and we're right now working with the industry and potential clients to assess the demand for this specific implementation and evaluate the industry appetite of becoming a part of this network. It really is there is a network effect around all of this. Just like we have a large network in the public markets, similar components may be useful there. So I know that's quite a bit there, but given being conscious of time, pack that all in.
Yeah, that was good. That was good. A lot of good content. And, you know, Artem, you've been in the space for as long as I've been. So I'm going to bring a throwback question from 2015. If we have a blockchain, why do we need a DTCC? Asking to the DTCC.
So I'll give you two answers. One is that is almost the mission of our very own group within the innovation department, right? Our job is to be self-disruptors. Our CEO was the first one to say it. Disruption is part of the evolution overall. All we have to do is be the ones to self-disrupt. So Whitney is an opportunity to move us towards a space where we don't exactly operate in today, but not just to add ourselves as an intermediary and a friction point, but to set standards and then drive the evolution further as it's enabled by technology and regulatory compliance. And just quickly, ION is a similar example that I mentioned earlier on, really talks about rethinking the entire clearance and settlement ecosystem, looking at a DLT-based network and thinking about the future roadmap of how we can further reduce risk through automation and a more synchronized interaction between parties. That does not mean keep DTC exactly as it is. It means continue to serve our purpose, which is drive efficiencies to the market, reduce costs, and reduce risk. So if that is the equation to the evolution, DTCC is pushing that forward.
And just taking a look at some of the audience questions here, you know, I love the questions because they're the tone of the questions I've been asking. Would the DTCC and Finality work together for an on-leg ledger cash portion of Project Whitney? Like, would this be a particular use case for Finality as an example?
Out of curiosity, was that question asked by Adam Clark? I'm kidding. Absolutely. So when we are, again, I don't want to spend too much time on ION, but within ION, we are considering various tokenization models that support a variety of different settlement layers and settlement legs, being traditional and the evolutionary networks that are happening and are being discovered. So as Finality continues to evolve, we are happy to support that. It's all about the industry need and our aptitude to support it.
Yeah, I agree, and I think, you know, it is certainly, the DTCC is certainly one of the use cases that we would discuss and we would like to. I mean, you know, just one of the other questions there is about what are the use case examples. So Finality really is the payment rails for DVP and, you know, PVPs are cross-border payments effectively. So where you want to speed up and reduce counterparty risk, the idea being that we're the payment system that would allow you to do that with access to central bank money. So we're hoping that we can be that cash leg for a lot of the kind of emerging use cases out there, you know, for fast collateral management or inter-jurisdiction money lending intraday, et cetera, et cetera. So there's all sorts of things that we would like to do, but we are very much that cash point. We're very much that payment system, the cash leg, and hopefully there's all sorts of use cases with people like DCC that we can look at in the future.
And that actually brings us to like the closing comments, which is you see the pocket of work that Finality is doing. You heard about the pocket of work that JP Morgan's been doing. You've heard about the pocket of work that the DTCC is doing, and Valerie's got representing like a whole bunch of clients that are doing other things. You know, I guess one of the key things that I'd open it up to the panelists is how do we see this playing? How do we see this playing forward? Or actually, Adam in particular, given your role as CTO at Finality, like how do you see this being put together from a technological standpoint?
Yeah, I mean, key for me, and I think key for Finality as well, is we want to drive adoption through open standards. So we don't want to, because we're trying to build a peer-to-peer network. The point of decentralization is massively important to us, not just from a technology point of view, but from an organizational point of view as well. And for us, I think the driving of the EEA technical specification, meaning that many Ethereum clients can come together and work and interoperate on the same network, whether that be a Finality payment system or anything else. That for me is really important, because the more you drive standards, the more you drive adoption, and the more people can get involved. And also that creates diversity, which for me reduces the kind of attack vector on any one network. If you're using so many different types of tech, it's much harder to compromise.
Yeah, and that's why the EEA tech working group and tech spec is really important. Shout out to Tyron Lavin on the JP Morgan team who's been repping us, and the team at large who's been working really hard. If nothing else, if you can just tell, enterprise blockchain is hard. It's not easy. It's not fun and games. It's not the fun and games y'all thought it was. It's hard stuff, but we're working through it because we think it's worth it. We think this community is worth it. So really excited to be here, and thank you, panelists, for joining us in this discussion.
Thank you.
I really appreciate it. Hey, we're just going to take a quick 7 to 10 minute break, and we'll be starting back up at 12:55 Eastern. Thanks, everyone. Welcome back, everyone. I'm pleased to introduce my colleague, Charles Neville, who is the Technical Program Director at the EEA and Standards Architect at Pegasus. Charles will be covering the EEA Enterprise Blockchain Technology Stack and Roadmap. Make it happen, Charles. Hey, Charles, you're on mute. Hey, Charles, you're still on mute. Bottom left corner on Zoom. Hey everyone, I believe Charles was having a little bit of a technical difficulty. I expect that he'll be back in just 1 minute.
Hello, everyone. My very sincere apologies. I lost my internet after 3 hours connected at the crucial moment, so I'm going to have to race through these slides. Fortunately, this is what I guess John Walpert would call the boring part of the presentation, where we talk about the standards and technical work. So our basic purpose is to define enterprise Ethereum technology, building on top of the public Ethereum technology, going back to what York said at the very beginning of today, to make a reliable platform, to enable easy integration. So building up the stuff that people have been talking about thus far. And so the way we work, we evolve in tandem with public Ethereum. As public Ethereum advances, we obviously need to keep track of that and make sure that we use the same kind of advances, that we incorporate what they do. But our specific goals are to understand the enterprise requirements, and in particular, as we're standardizing stuff for permissioned blockchain, to understand the requirements that are specific to those that enterprises need on top of the Ethereum technology. We build standard specifications to address those requirements. We do that in a collaborative process with the member stakeholders of the EEA, and then we test and we figure out whether it works. We test and figure out whether we've got interoperability. We go back and get better interoperability, and we rinse and repeat. So it's a very cyclical process in standards. And as anyone who's watched it will know, it's also slow and steady. It is very much the boring rather than the exciting. I'm showing a brief view of the architecture stack in our specification as it stands today. And I should note that that actually changes over time as Ethereum evolves, or as the specification evolves. You'll see that there are several different kinds of item in there. I'm not going to go into any great detail, but basically we cover the, in that stack, we cover those little purple lozenges, the things that are specific to enterprise Ethereum, and those are the areas we define in our technical work. So what does our technical work cover? Waiting to move on my slides. Can I have the next slide, please? Thank you. I think I've moved one too far somehow. I seem to be able to go back. No. All right. We'll go enterprise Ethereum permissioned blockchains. This is a piece of work that's done in the main technical spec working group. This is a new specification we've produced. Ethereum defines how to build a blockchain. So the EEA permission blockchain specifications describe these particular requirements for working with EEA clients. An enterprise Ethereum permission blockchain right now uses clique consensus. We're working really hard on a Byzantine fault-tolerant consensus algorithm. The purpose of that is to enable setting up a consortium network where you actually don't have to trust everybody else in the network, where you have the same kind of tolerance of bad actors that people expect from public blockchains. It's not exactly the same. Building these consensus algorithms, that's one of the hardest pieces, I think, in blockchain, just because you absolutely have to get it right. So we are hoping to pull that out around the end of this year as an interoperable thing. It takes a lot of verification, it takes implementation, it's very hard to schedule what is essentially proving complex mathematics. As well, we include standard permissioning contracts. We include a standard for an organizational registry. And we released this specification a couple of months ago. We expect to cycle it every 6 months. So we will be looking at, do these things work properly in practice? Are there bugs? Are there things we need to clean up? And how do we make sure that this is still working? How do we make sure this is coordinated with other development? Could I have the next slide, please? So we also have a specification for the enterprise Ethereum clients. That's the specification we've been working on for a much longer time. Again, we release a new version every 6 months. And so we released version 5 of that in May. This describes the clients themselves. They may be mainnet capable clients like Besu or Strato. They may be clients that only run on an enterprise Ethereum blockchain. And this describes the requirements. So it's a complementary specification for the blockchain spec. It includes the features that enterprises ask for, typically the 3 Ps, the private transactions, permissioning, performance, and other enterprise features. Integrating with enterprise toolchains, the baseline session this morning covered a lot of how you can put some legacy systems in contact with the mainnet blockchain. And so in a similar way, on an enterprise blockchain, you want to actually be able to connect up to your legacy systems, if you will, to the systems you're running in the rest of your enterprise and make them work. Our focus on this work now is basically on making private transactions more interoperable so that you can put different clients onto the same blockchain and run private transactions from one client to another. And as I mentioned before, figuring out the hard details of the consensus algorithm that's Byzantine fault tolerant, making sure that we specify it and implement it correctly. There are several groups that have started out as spin-offs from our specification work. The one that's probably furthest advanced is the off-chain or trusted compute group, and this has been running for quite some time. We'll hear a little bit more about it, but essentially the work is there to allow processing, computer processing, to be done off-chain. 2 reasons why you might want to do that. One is to improve performance, and the other is to use a trusted execution environment that enhances data security, enhances the security of your system. So this has been implemented in the Hyperledger Avalon project, among other places. The initial development work has been done largely with the Intel SGX system, because that's reasonably well known. The version 1.1 specification was released last year, just under a year ago, following an earlier version 1.0, which was released the year before. The current work is about refactoring the specification, looking at new options for the trusted computing, using ZK, zero knowledge proofs, MDC to cover the trusted computing and the assertions, being able to federate different trusted execution environments. Next slide, please. Another task force that we started up more recently is the cross-chain interoperability task force. This goes back to a question that was asked earlier in the session about how Cactus, Hyperledger Cactus, relates to the work. And in fact, Hyperledger Cactus is an open source piece of software which would be an implementation of this. The goal is to make it possible to run operations across different blockchains, across different ledgers. So things like being able to call a contract that's on another chain, or being able to transfer some value across to that chain, for example, to pay for running your contract call. The work at the moment is focusing primarily on Ethereum because we're the Enterprise Ethereum Alliance, and because Ethereum to Ethereum is the easier case. We've been writing use cases for that work that's about to be published, and the specification itself for a standard, a set of interfaces that would be common across different implementations, is now being developed in that group. Finally, I'm going to come to the testing and certification group. This is a fairly core part of what we do going forward, being able to make sure that, as I said at the beginning, once we've made a spec, once we've got implementations, do they really work? The goal here is a little bit different from a lot of test nets that people are used to. In blockchain, when people say a test net, they often mean a permanent network that's up and running and that you can interact with. In this case, we're actually making ephemeral networks. We spin them up, we test a bunch of things, and then we'll throw them away and start up a new one and see what happens. So you could think of that as a hard fork, but a hard fork where you literally throw everything away is basically an ephemeral network. The core purpose of this is to check and demonstrate interoperability. And it does enable to find bugs, and we do that in practice so that we can say, oh, look, for some reason, these two things don't work together. We go back, we find the bug, we identify it, we get it fixed, and we can do that. It's also there to enable EEA members to have an EEA environment where they can test out their dApps, their ideas, play around, not in production, but very much in a testing space. And our current focus there is on interoperability. Conformance certification is going to come in the future. And if I could move to the next slide, please. That's what I have for you. Thank you very much, and I apologize for the unfortunate internet dropout.
Thanks a lot, Charles. All right, on to our next topic, Ethereum adoption by enterprise within technology. Please join me in welcoming Cale Teeter, Senior Software Developer at Microsoft, and re-welcoming York Rhodes back to the stage. They'll be discussing next-gen cloud signing patterns, which I fully suspect will continue to be a more prevalent topic in the time to come.
Thanks, Jack, and welcome. Again, my name is York Rhodes, co-founder of Blockchain Work here at Microsoft. And I mentioned in my talk earlier, one of the first full-time engineers on our blockchain work is Cale Teeter, who was responsible for leading the work on shipping our first product in the market, which was the Visual Studio plugin for Solidity. Continues to do work on blockchain dev kit today as we iterate through that project, as well as many, many other leading edge investigations, one of which is in this area of cloud signing patterns, something that is a common problem across pretty much every aspect of a blockchain transaction. So how do you scale this? How do you do it securely? How do you do it in a way that makes sense for your architecture? So Cale's going to take us through some leading thoughts on this. He's been investigating. Welcome, Cale.
Thanks, York. Yeah, so the things I kind of wanted to go through here today was just to discuss a little bit of the history here and how we got here around this key management activity that we're doing both in the cloud and on premises. Kind of talk through, the current design patterns that we've kind of seen there with Ethereum, things that we've kind of pioneered in that space, and then talk about some of the future patterns that we're looking at to support things like ETH2 and some of the different key algorithms that are coming along that are different from what we were used to in the past. To start off, I'll talk a little bit about the challenges we've had with existing technology that we use to date. And if we rewind back to when Ethereum launched back in 2015, 2016, when we started working on this with enterprises, one of the big things that was a hindrance here was, well, the keys that are used for these signing operations, where are we going to store them? And so HSMs, and for those who don't know what that is, it's a hardware security module. It's a specialized piece of hardware to essentially generate, store, and use keys for signing and verification operations. So we have that in the cloud as part of Azure. It's called Azure Key Vault. But what we didn't have was the algorithm to support Ethereum initially. And so that was added pretty early on so that we could support the curve, the elliptic curve that's used by Ethereum transactions. And so once we had that, that kind of unblocked us to be able to use those. But what it also exposed was some of the challenges of using the HSMs. For those who have used them on premises, they're very expensive to buy and maintain. Typically, these are by bigger institutions or banks or big financial institutions. And what we did with the cloud was kind of democratize that a little bit and said, okay, well, we can provide a service that has that HSM capability. That's good, but it also means that it's kind of locked to those curves. So we had to wait to get the curve in there for the ECC algorithm that we had. So that took some time. And you can imagine that going forward, as these algorithms continue to evolve, blockchain happens to be pretty rapid in this, as opposed to something like big finance that we saw before that used maybe an RSA algorithm or something like that. So that was like the first kind of hurdle. They're also still expensive, even though you have this thing you don't have to run on premises, this hardware, you pay per transaction to do these. So depending on your workload, it could be expensive to run these because you have to pay for each kind of transaction you're doing with an HSM, a read or a write. Then the second thing was the confidential compute is something that's new that's coming along here. And we've been looking at that It has its own set of challenges with it because it's a brand new technology. And to describe a little bit about what confidential compute is, it's basically, if you can think about, if you've heard of Intel's SGX, AMD has, TrustGuard. There's a bunch of different, or TrustZone. They have a bunch of different technologies coming through. But essentially, what it is your server now has a specialized chip in it that allows you to run some code inside of it. If you think about it from a high level. So it's not traditional compute sitting alongside your regular CPU. It's something that's in addition to that, and it's very kind of custom for that. As you can see on the screen, traditional compute really doesn't meet the bar for some of these operations where it's really high security around the key operations. And we end up doing a bunch of bespoke configurations with these confidential compute to date. I think over time that will evolve and this will become much more standard that you can use. But currently we're in the early stages of this, and that's one of the hurdles that we have to overcome. So if we look at the current state again, just rewinding back, what did we do to date? Well, what we would do is say, okay, the keys never leave the HSM. So basically we'll generate a key inside of there. We can use that to sign or verify, transactions that are happening there. That's great. Like the pro of that is super secure, super awesome. It's also, like I mentioned before, it can be expensive to spin up and do those kind of things. The second piece we looked at was, well, what if the keys were just stored in the VM without the HSM? Obviously, the big thing there is you're not storing the keys in a trusted environment like the HSM provides. So in that opportunity, you'd have to encrypt it locally, and then you really have to kind of lock that VM down or that container down to make sure that it doesn't get compromised. And then the last piece was kind of a hybrid of those two approaches, which was, okay, so if we have a process that needs to do some signing and it needs some keys, why not in the VM or the container just pull the key from the key vault at the start of the HSM when it starts up and just keep it in memory. So it's not persisted to disk. So we lose that attack vector, great. So we don't have something persisted to disk that can be manipulated or hacked, but it still is in memory. So if someone had access to the VM or got access to that container memory space, it's still susceptible to that kind of attack. But it's kind of like a good trade-off between the two. So we're not persisting it to disk. It was another pattern that we kind of used. But if we talk about like the future, what I'm really passionate about and where we think we can improve here a lot, you can, if you think about what I just said there, the algorithms are really hard to change in these things. They're quite expensive, those kind of things. How can we improve that? So one of the things is, because we can't change the algorithm, what if we had some sort of like general compute that we could use to do these operations? Ironically, the confidential compute can provide that need. So in confidential inside the SGX, let's use Intel, for example, we could essentially put our signing code. So whatever our signer is going to be, that's going to take our keys and do some operation for us, we'll take that chunk of code, we'll run that inside the enclave. You see in the bottom of this slide here, we can generate or use keys from external from the Azure Key Vault. That's why I have the Azure Key Vault next to it. So to explain that a little bit, there's some specific integration in the cloud that we can do between our container or our VM that's running Azure Compute or the confidential compute and the Key Vault. So those two you can consider it a secure channel to kind of exchange this stuff. So that's a really powerful thing, right? Because essentially if we have an executable in the enclave, he can then authenticate as a machine into the Azure Key Vault and say, give me the key that I need to run this thing. He'll pull that back. Now that key is not in the memory space of the CPU on that machine, it's in the space of the enclave. So it's very protected. And inside the enclave, then we can do our signing operations, all the different things that go along with that. So we think that's a cool thing. And then also it gives us persistence because if you think about this, we could generate these keys inside of the enclave, but then we need somewhere to persist them because, for instance, if our container, our VM goes down, what happens? And that's why the Key Vault was there. So essentially what we can do is bring a key from Key Vault, let's say it's an RSA key even, and we can export that into the VM again through the secure channel, encrypt, let's say our BLS keys for eth2, and then basically bring that back out to Azure Key Vault. So we think that could be a good solution. It's something we've been working with our partners on, and we want to continue to kind of advance that in the space. And that's all I have to say about that.
I think we're good, Jack. That was the short topic for today, and we look forward to the future work there, Cal. Thank you.
That's perfect, guys. Thanks a lot, Cal and York. I'm excited to introduce our next speaker, Adeline Zhao, who is the Chief Marketing Officer at Chainlink. As many of us know, Chainlink has been growing immensely in the industry and is going to continue to be a leader in the Oracle space. Today, Adeline will be discussing connecting smart contracts to off-chain data and events. Over to you, Adeline.
Awesome. Okay, and can you guys see me?
You can't right now. At the bottom left, you might be able to do the start video.
Great, and share my screen and I'll share some slides. Just tested it out, so should be good. Can you guys, no.
We can. All good, Adeline.
See the big screens?
Yep, we're seeing
All
it.
right. Well, hello everyone. I'm Adeline Joe. Thank you all for having me. Super honored to be here to discuss one of the most important components of blockchain adoption by enterprise, how to connect your on-chain smart contracts to the off-chain world. So let's get started. So one of, oops, skipped one. So we're all here today because we're excited about how blockchains will revolutionize supply chains, insurance, finance, and countless other industries. However, there's a fundamental challenge to blockchains to fulfilling this vision. As we know it, the blockchain is a database, and it's separate and unaware of what's happening in the real world, the world that you and I live in. And the blockchain cannot communicate with this world and everything that's happening off-chain. This is what we call the Oracle problem. Real-world information, such as the data from financial markets like Bloomberg and New York Stock Exchange, and event data, such as those from weather, IoT devices, GPS locations, all of that inherently cannot be fed directly into the blockchain. Similarly, the decisions made by the smart contracts on the blockchain cannot be communicated off-chain to trigger payments, to the bank accounts that you have, and also other actions in the real world. So what we're missing right now is this communication layer between the off-chain and on-chain world. Because of this missing bridge between on-chain and off-chain, the historical use of smart contracts have really been limited and centered around tokenization. This is why, blockchains are so focused on buying and selling tokens and the transfer of token ownership. But we haven't really seen the full power of what blockchains can do. And so what we need to do is to redefine smart contracts and integrate them into the legacy systems, into the enterprise world, and into the real world that we live in. And it's only when these contracts are connected to the real world that we can actually see the full potential that we're all so excited to do. Smart contracts are typically composed of two equally important parts. You have the on-chain part, which is the Solidity smart contract, in this case for Ethereum, and then you have the off-chain. This is what we've talked about, the external data, the enterprise systems, and the traditional payment mechanisms. But because they're separated by this wall, you need a communication layer to connect the data to go between the 2 points. And this problem, the Oracle problem of connecting the 2 points, is a central and critical part to blockchain adoption. And so historically, you have centralized, you have oracles, and the oracle's whole sole use is to bring those data sources onto the blockchain. However, if you just have a centralized oracle, it becomes a single point of failure. That single point of failure makes your entire blockchain and smart contract useless. Because as we know, your smart contract and your blockchain is only as secure as its weakest link. So similar, just as Ethereum is distributed, you need an oracle that is also distributed and decentralized in order to provide that same level of security to your smart contract. That's why when we think about smart contracts, we think about it in end-to-end reliability, so that any input, any data is connected securely through a decentralized oracle system onto your blockchain. And similarly, anything that you do, any triggers that your smart contract makes, any intelligent decisions that it triggers, it is then sent into a distributed and decentralized oracle system to provide to any outputs. And when we think about Ethereum as it's being adopted by enterprises around the world, it needs to connect to these legacy systems that companies have built. And Chainlink is built on Ethereum, and it can help Ethereum build and connect to other enterprise systems. One of the major growth areas in the blockchain space, and especially now these around Ethereum, is the growth of decentralized finance. I mean, decentralized finance is one of the first examples of an industry now being challenged by smart contracts that are automatically creating loans, creating derivatives, allowing people to do all those things that we traditionally had to go through a brokerage or a bank to do. Just in the last few months, the value of money secured in DeFi has tripled to now over $3 billion. It's being led by dApps such as Synthetics, Aave, which are all built on Ethereum. And this is just the beginning. However, for these DeFi dApps to be built, though, let's take an example. Take an example of Aave. So Aave is a popular lending and borrowing platform. In order to make its lends and borrows, it actually needs to know what the value of a certain currency is in order to calculate the collateralization rates it needs to make that loan. And so what Aave, what we do is create an end-to-end decentralized finance with decentralized oracles. So first, you have data. You have data from various exchanges, both on-chain and off-chain, centralized exchanges like Binance or Coinbase, and also decentralized ones such as Uniswap and Kyber. All of that exchange data is fed into professional data providers who are experienced at aggregating data, figuring out how to weigh them differently, figuring out how to get rid of false data, outliers, wash trade data to figure out what the actual price of, let's say, an ETH to USD pair is. Then those data providers then provide that information to node operators. These node operators are distributed. They're operated all around the world and independent, using different types of infrastructure and systems to pull that data. That data then is fed into into a reference contract, which is then referenced by end user contracts to figure out, let's say, the price of ETH/USD at a specific point. As you can see here, just an illustration of data providers, and that data being provided to node operators and into a centralized, a decentralized blockchain. And the amount of decentralization is totally in your control. Like, you can decide how many data providers you want, what types, as well as the number and amounts and types of node operators you want. Depending on how important and valuable your contract is, you as a smart contract developer can decide on the level of security and decentralization that you want in your contracts. So with that, as you can see, a lot of this is all live on Ethereum Mainnet. If you go to feeds.chain.link, here's an example of the BTC to USD price. We have prices for, I think, 30 or 40 different price feeds already live. And this is just one example of how we can now get off-chain data brought on-chain into Ethereum so that these DeFi dApps can run. And then if you think about it similarly, we can do this for all types of information, from supply chain information to figure out cold chain logistics, to insurance contracts to understand, whether you are owed a payment on your weather contract if you're a farmer. All those enterprise use cases can now be unlocked because you can finally connect your smart contract on the blockchain to off-chain data in a secure, reliable manner. So thank you. You can visit our website, chain.link, and also follow me on Twitter. And yeah.
Thanks a lot, Adeline. Jean-Charles Cableguin, or as some better know him, JC, is the Chief of Innovation and Marketing at eea-eth. He's also the chair of the EEA Trusted Compute Task Force. JC will be educating us on interoperability and privacy tools for DeFi. Welcome, JC.
Thank you, Jack. Thanks for having me. It's a really pleasure for me to be here today and to be able to talk with you. As you say, Jack, so I'm the Chief of Innovation Adoption at eea-eth. I'm also lucky to work with a lot of interesting members of the EEA through the task force of the Trusted Compute. But today, I would like to talk about interoperability and privacy for tools for DeFi. Just before that, let's introduce eea-eth. We come from a background in distributed computing and cloud computing. We have worked 15 years in those fields. We did an ICO in April in 2017. And today we are close to 30 people working at eea-eth who are based in Lyon, in France. What eea-eth is doing, we help companies to leverage off-chain computing technology, off-chain computing project, and also to leverage a trusted computing project. So off-chain computing, as it has been explained previously by Adeline, off-chain computing is the concept of connecting non-blockchain infrastructure, classic infrastructure, to blockchain technologies. And trusted computing is the concept of leveraging hardware enclave, it's like vault inside CPUs, in order to provide privacy management, data renting, etc. So here we have some illustration of the partner we are used to work with. I won't go into the detail, but I was sharing that to explain that we work in a cloud sectors, but also in supply chain, also in energy, also in the gaming, we have the work also in AI, etc. And what is interesting at eea-eth, it's we try to work as well with startups, blockchain startups, in providing them our open source stack, but also we try to work with big corporates in order to provide them our expertise in off-chain computing and trusted computing. But today, let's focus on DeFi. So DeFi, it stands for decentralized finance. It's the concept of managing financial assets without the control, without the supervision of a centralized institution. I let the number here, 2 billion, to present the market cap that was there a couple of weeks ago. And today we are going closer to $4 billion of market cap. What is really interesting, it's to illustrate that it's a fast-growing sector, and it's also a strong use case for Ethereum in general. But for sure, there is some flaws. For example, we have observed smart contract bugs. Sometimes the interface is not user-friendly for the client. Also, the market is highly volatile. And lately, what is important to have in mind, because it's not centralized, there is no insurance when working on this sector. So at eea-eth, even if we are not dedicated to the DeFi industry, we wanted to illustrate how the last tools we have implemented in our stack could make sense for this industry. So the first one is NFT. From the beginning, eea-eth was a strong believer of using computing resources to be able to trade them. Computing resources for us is computing power, CPU time, GPU time, but also data set, also dApps, applications, software. So the idea was to be able to trade them. And from the beginning, we have worked on a decentralized marketplace in order for companies or for individuals to be able to trade those assets. But we can go further in wrapping up data sets or software in NFTs. NFT runs for non-fungible token. And if you use the standard 721, we can go far in providing new business model where a valuable data set can be used as collateral. For example, if a company has developed several AI algorithms, they can wrap them inside an NFTs and use that in order to collaborate as a collateral for with competitors or with partners, and also to use that for loans or to borrow some crypto assets. The second point I would like to address, at eea-eth, we are really focused on adoption. Adoption is key for us, and often in a blockchain industry, we are used to see HEX addresses. You can see on the bottom left that those addresses are not easy to read. We don't know which company or which individual is behind those addresses. So we have incorporated lately the eea-eth solution. eea-eth runs for Ethereum name services. And the idea is to say that instead of using HEX addresses, we can use a name that is linked to the company that is behind these addresses. For example, at the bottom right, it's better to use genesiscloud.exec.eth than the address that is upper. And I think it's really important for companies to provide from the beginning an interface that is close to what developers and what users are used to have in a non-blockchain space. The third part is trusted execution environment. We have developed a strong expertise in that topic. And we think that for DeFi, it could make sense in a lot of situations. I would like to use one easy situation. This is a use case of using a telephone in order to re-find an account that has been lost. Today, we give access, we give the number, the telephone number, and I think that's an issue if we want to keep some privacy. With in leveraging trusted execution environment, as I say, it's a hardware encryption. We can give access to a telephone number through a program that has been validated, but without sharing the telephone number. So it's a difference between giving a data and the ownership of the data and giving access to a data to run the computation. At Exec also lately, we have integrated IPFS and Dropbox in order to provide end-to-end solution that is compatible with Web 2.0 and Web 3.0. The idea is to retrieve the result of secure and encrypted computation on those platforms. And also because adoption is key in our mindset, we have developed and we have provided this trusted execution solution with a different bunch of languages, coding languages, in order for developers to not have to record their software, but to use the software that already developed. For example, if someone has a software written in Python, he can Dockerize it and integrate this software into the end-to-end trusted execution solution of eea-eth. And I would like to finish in talking about smart contract upgradability. In using the ERC 1538, we can have a very interesting solution in order to have smart contracts that are upgradable, because we have the situation that where we write a smart contract, a couple of months later, the business situation has changes. So we might need to upgrade the smart contract. In using this standard ERC 1538, we can design the smart contract with module, and based on market needs, based on business feedback, we can upgrade that in the future. But for sure, there is some flaws. It's centralized. So the upgradability is centralized. What we can provide is to use, for example, a multi-sig in order to validate an upgrade, or to use a DAO in order to validate an upgrade if it makes sense. So I would like to finish and to summarize, to wrap up my presentation in underlining and using some generic explanation of the last 4 items I have developed. So I said that NFTs are really interesting in order to use digital assets, to use cloud computing resources as digital assets. It makes sense, for example, for companies when they want to provide a collateral in order to work with competitors. It could be, for example, KYC list, it could be an AI model, etc. And we will see, I think, in the future, more and more data sets that would be used in NFTs as collateral. ENS names are really, really important for adoption. I really insist on that. I don't think that dApps developers should still use HEX address, because users are not used to have this type of interface when working in the digital area. Trusted execution environment are key. If we want to have a high level of security when working off-chain, when working with data sets that are off-chain, I think it's really important to integrate those technologies in a more larger stack. And to finish, I think also that the standard ERC 1538 is really interesting in order to allow companies, to allow projects to upgrade their smart contract based on market evolution, based on business needs. So I would like to thank you for your time. You can contact me here at GCC at eea-eth.ec.
Thanks a lot, JC. Let's please give a warm welcoming to Tosh Deans of the Ethereum Foundation, as well as to Jamie Pitts of the Ethereum Foundation. Jamie is also the honorary speaker for the Ethereum Magicians and Cat Herders today. If you're not sure exactly what they are or understand their importance, please stay tuned as they cover this, the Ethereum community, and the role of the Ethereum Foundation.
Thank you, Jack. So let me first talk about the Ethereum universe and kind of what it looks like from an outside perspective. So the Ethereum universe contains technology in the form of research, specifications, and source code, as well as many entities that form a decentralized ecosystem that includes the Ethereum Foundation, but importantly, does not revolve around the Ethereum Foundation. So if you kind of look at the ecosystem, you have miners, dApps, researchers, developers, wallets, investors, and so on. The Ethereum Foundation is a part of that ecosystem, as well as the Ethereum Foundation's ecosystem support program that provides funding to some of these projects. But we are not at the center of the universe. And in fact, this is kind of the opposite of a typical enterprise product or service ecosystem where you have a company or a product at the center and everything revolves around it. This universe does not revolve around the Ethereum Foundation. So how did we get here? The EF was originally started to develop the Ethereum protocol and the Ethereum client software in 2014, using funds raised in an ICO. And after the network was launched in 2015, the EF kind of relinquished control over it, relinquished control over the network, and that's the point at which it started to become decentralized and less dependent on the Ethereum Foundation. So today, the EF is mainly an ecosystem support system, which means we conduct research on core technologies, we provide funding and coordination to projects in the ecosystem, but we don't control it. So as the EF is a nonprofit organization, we don't have any revenue, we don't have any intellectual property, don't have direct control over the network, but what we do is communicate information, provide coordination and funding to different projects and startups in the community to sort of help cultivate the community, cultivate the ecosystem. And we try very hard to be neutral and honest, to not pick favorites, whether it's favorite projects or favorite technologies even. And we can do this partly because we don't have any business incentives. We're not driven by profit motives and don't have investors and don't even have donors to please, don't have any source of revenue. So we can do the right thing without worrying about making somebody happy. Obviously, we want to make the ecosystem happy, but we want to do the right thing. So the EF is not in control of Ethereum, not even an authority over the protocol. The EF doesn't have the ability to make decisions about the core protocol or to define standards or set standards. In fact, if you look at the Ethereum 2.0 test network that's being launched next week, none of the clients that are being launched on that network were developed by the Ethereum Foundation. They're all developed by other entities in the ecosystem. Some of them have funding from the EF, some don't. Some of them have, some of the work was coordinated by the EF, but it's not, EF is not in charge of those. So the long-term vision of the EF is based on a philosophy of subtraction, which is kind of counterintuitive or opposite to the way of thinking of most businesses. So most businesses want to make money, hire more people, become more powerful and make more money and kind of grow up in an upward spiral of more money, more people, more power. The EF's philosophy is kind of the opposite, trying to resist the natural tendency of organizations to grow and accumulate value within themselves, but instead to cultivate value creation outside the Ethereum Foundation in the broader ecosystem. So if something can be done by only by the EF, then the EF will possibly do that. But if something can be done by another part of the community, then we would encourage it to happen that way. So what is the EF's relationship to the EEA? Historically, the EEA, the first couple of years, it was really focused on private permissioned Ethereum style chains. And the EF was not really directly involved with the EEA in the first couple of years. But starting last year, things began to change. So last year, the mainnet working group was started within the EEA, which obviously, as the name implies, is focused on the Ethereum mainnet. So this is kind of a new foray into mainnet stuff for EEA. And also, the EF became a member of the EEA along with the other EF members. So EF was not a member of the EEA until last year. And Ayemi Yaguchi, who's our executive director, joined the board of the EEA. And so now we have a few people from the EF who are participating in EEA working groups and task forces, including myself as chair of the mainnet working group. So the connection is growing stronger. And now I'll hand it off to James Pitts, who will talk about the community. And Dan, can we hand the control over to? Yes, there we go.
Hello, hi, my name is Jamie. I'm officially called James Pitts. So I guess I'll give an overview of the ecosystem and community. And Taz really gave you a good intro to it. I think for a lot of people who enter the ecosystem, it can be very confusing. And there's just a lot going on. And so I have a couple of recommendations. First, Taz already mentioned, but no one is in charge. And so that means you need navigators, you need people to help you find what's out there. Another key aspect is to find the forums and the communications channels. Every team in the community, it's a very open process. They have these forums and communications channels. They use Twitter. Once you find their watering holes, you can really start to figure things out. And it really does take some map making. And so thinking about the history briefly, it always starts with an idea, and that's the white paper that Vitalik wrote. And this continues, this pattern continues. People propose an idea and teams form around the idea. And there's strong personalities involved, but there's a lot of self-organizing going on. And it's a very open process. And so once people are inspired enough by an idea, they start building teams and they start building software, building out the theory, not in that order, of course. And the key attribute of the community is that there's a lot of capital floating around. There were ICOs, there's the pre-sale for the Ethereum protocol itself. And that has contributed a lot of support, and there's organizations to help manage the proliferation of that capital. But with that capital, now you can get organized, and that's where you see some teams get very, very organized and become foundations or become consensus, which is really one of the ultimate examples of what happens in this process. So that's an idea of the history. And this photograph right here is DevCon 0. And the funny thing about it is that's the audience and the presenters at DevCon 0. And I think it was about 9 months after Miami, after the project was getting organized. And you can imagine that so many of them went off to start projects out there on their own. And that's what became the foundation. That's what became consensus. And everyone, just about everyone at DevCon 0, DevCon 1, they all went off and started projects. And so that's where you get this situation where you have so many ideas becoming like major systems out there. And so if you get to the bottom of why teams form, it starts with the ideas and people who are organizing it. We have shared goals, shared values. That's a big part of it. I think a lot of us have a vision about what we want to do. A key thing is, obviously, I mentioned it before, the permissionlessness of it all, the protocol itself, and even just getting involved. You could get involved with the core development if you start going to meetings and participating in development of one of the clients and get the respect. And now you can be a core dev. You can be part of it. And it all comes down to there's a lot of work to be done, and that's attractive to people with skills and people want to contribute. And so because of the open source tools, GitHub, and the incredible technology stacks that are out there in the sharing of code, this has created an environment where you can self-organize, and this is what created this interesting ecosystem. and then, of course, attracting resources. And we keep bringing up these different situations, but the fact that we created our own financial underpinnings to this has really created something spectacular. And of course, the eea-eth and consensus have helped because of their ability to organize. So, oh, I'm advancing too much. Okay, so I think what I'll do is I'll highlight 3 organizations that are important to the protocol itself. And probably I would say in a humble way, the least important is the Fellowship of Ethereum Magicians. And basically this is a communications medium. We emerged out of a concern that the tools for communication weren't good enough. So we organized a forum. We installed Discourse, which is a great tool. Many Ethereum teams use it. It's better than chat channels. You have threaded forums, good old-fashioned forums. And so the fellowship, and many call us magicians, we're just collect people together to have facilitate discussions on the protocol and different proposals. The core devs. Now, you've probably heard a lot about the core devs, and they basically emerged from the early client teams, and a big priority for the protocol was to have diverse client diversity. And this has saved us in different cases when the network has been attacked. And so you have members from the eea-eth team and formerly Parity, you had them come together, and they come together and they're called the core devs. It's a very loose thing. They don't have a website. They don't have an entity of a legal entity or anything like that. They're just members of the client teams who come together and decide what is going to happen with the next release of the protocol, also known as forks. And they make decisions by consensus. And so that's, and you can find them on YouTube. Their meetings are open. The process is very open. And something to know about the core devs is they are not organized by the foundation. They're not organized by consensus. The organization element of it are called the cat herders, and they're herding the cats of the developers into these calls, and they're helping facilitate the decision-making process of the protocol, which involves, and you've probably heard of, you may have heard of this EIPs, which are proposals. Every time the protocol upgrades, there's these proposals that go into it. And the core devs decide, okay, this release, this fork, we're gonna add these EIPs. And they decide that, they go back to the client teams implement it, they test it, it goes out. And the cat herders help schedule this. And that's a really important process. And they're an emergent collective. They weren't, nobody told them to get organized. They just emerged because there was a problem. There need to be better facilitation and organization around releases. And so that's how the cat herders emerged. And that's how it happens all throughout the Ethereum galaxy. Like, there's a problem, teams organize, and they work together, and they try to get funding, and it emerges, and then that's where you get all of these organizations. I would say there's hundreds of them, small teams often. Some become larger, like the foundation. There's many teams, but it's very cloudy, and that's why we use universe and galaxy to describe it. And so you see, I put these 3 checkboxes. These are ones that you might be familiar with from what we said in this talk and talks today. But other talks today cover these, but you can see there's so many areas of the galaxy that you might be interested in getting involved with. And so the key is to find people who might understand or be in the know, and they can direct you to where their watering holes are, where are their communication channels. And then you can get started forming a relationship with these teams. So I think I should leave it at that. I can't see my clock. I don't know where I'm at. Are we close to the end of this?
Yeah, we got about 2 minutes.
Oh, I've got 2 minutes. Okay. I think that wraps it up for me. We should emphasize that we're going to be hosting an AMA where you can ask questions on like a threaded approach, like on a website. And so feel free to ask any questions, and Taz and I can help direct you to that corner of the galaxy you might be interested in, or if you're interested in the process of protocol releases. People in the Magicians Forum can help illustrate that. So I think that's about it. Taz, do you have anything else to add here?
I think we covered it. If you have any questions, like Jamie said, hit us on the Ethereum Magicians Forum and we'll try to answer them.
Okay, excellent.
Very well said, guys, and thank you.
All right, thanks a lot.
Thank you.
And back by popular demand, and as I had the pleasure to introduce him before, let's welcome John Whalen back to the stage. John will be leading our fireside chat and will be providing a special introduction. Over to you, John.
Okay, thanks a million, Jack. Wow, what a day. Ethereum's 5th birthday, number one. Number two, the inaugural seminar of the EEA. Hopefully there'll be many more on an annual basis. And then number three, it's my great pleasure to introduce the EEA's new executive director, Dan Burnett. Dan, I was thinking about giving a short introduction, but I don't think I can really do you justice. Maybe you can give us a quick couple of minutes on your background, how you got to Ethereum, and then I've got some questions I think I'd like to ask.
Sure, absolutely. Hi, everyone. I'm really pleased to be here today, and I had nothing to do with this event. I just joined a couple weeks ago, and it's just fabulous watching what has happened. It's just great. I think John said it, but it's wonderful, and I'm very happy to be here. So I'll just start with my technical background. So I've got a PhD in computer science. My technical area was actually in using neural networks for speech recognition. So it's kind of fun to actually see that really taking off today and to see where it's gone. But I quickly realized that research is not what I wanted to be doing. I got into standards work and really haven't looked back. So I've spent more than 20 years now doing web and internet standards. Worked for a variety of companies, large and small, although I will say primarily startups. I really feel for and appreciate the challenges that startups have and the excitement there in a new industry, in a new space. Most recently, I was with Consensus in the Pegasus group, and I came there from my own consulting business. So actually I joined Consensus a couple years ago, and for the 4 years before that, I had my own standards consulting business. And was looking around at, what were the technologies that I thought would make the biggest difference in the world? And the two that I saw were machine learning and blockchain. And an opportunity came up to join Consensus and to work with them and help them out. And it's just been great and exciting ever since. I think that's good for a basic intro.
Well, in your basic intro, you mentioned standards and that you've done some standards consulting quite a bit, I guess, in the past. Tell us a little bit more in detail about what that actually involves. What do standards mean? It's a word that's thrown around a lot, but I think it's not a word that everybody understands or what's involved in creating standards. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, standards are, I was trying to think of a good analogy. The world, when new things happen, there's an explosion of interest and excitement. I was thinking of Jeff Goldblum in Jurassic Park, who made this statement about discovery being a violent act. And that's kind of the way it is when a new technology shows up. There's a new area. There's lots of excitement, lots of breaking apart of old paradigms. But what gradually happens is that the curve begins to move again towards working together and finding commonality and basically finding agreement. And that's what standards are. Standards are about finding agreement, but it's agreement for a purpose, right? It's agreement to help predictability in your operations, in your business arrangements, etc. If you're a business, you can deal with almost any climate. It's amazing the climates that businesses are able to operate in, but the worst thing for them is unpredictability and unexpected change. And standards can help with that a lot. What they provide is an ability to work with one API or one set of APIs and operate with a variety of participants in the ecosystem that way. It's really helpful for them. It's actually helpful for those participants as well. This analogy came up earlier where you look at the internet, right? The reason the internet works as well as it does today is because of the standards that exist, right? We are not all sitting here trying to figure out how to, do our own IP packets everywhere, right? Thank goodness we don't do that. So that's what standards help with. You've heard others have talked about it as well, but they're really incredibly valuable for that predictability piece.
So if you take an open source software like Ethereum, which really came from a very diverse, very kind of libertarian, open source community that coalesced without any great degree of coordination to build an amazing piece of technology. In some respects, could it be said that standards are a little bit difficult to organize in a situation like that, or is that just a natural outcome of a successful technology?
I think it's natural. I think it's completely natural. Every technology eventually needs this. And so what happens is standards are not something that should be imposed from outside, right? What I've been saying about the EEA in the last couple of weeks is that if you have a business and if the existence of Ethereum is important to that business, you should be in the EEA. And the reason for that is that the EEA exists to help you solve problems that are greater than you alone can solve, right? If you have a problem and your competitor in the space has the same problem, it doesn't have to be technical. It could be legal, regulatory, whatever. But if you both have the same problem, then you need to do something about it. And standards are one of the ways to address such problems. It can be documentation, it could be standards, sometimes it's code. It really depends on how that particular piece, is best solved in the ecosystem.
So the Ethereum project itself, 5 years old, it's been community driven since the beginning. And you've been involved in the Ethereum world for the last couple of years. From your observation, what's different about the Ethereum community? What's good about the Ethereum community? What's challenging about the Ethereum community? Tell us about your observations of the community-driven spirit.
Oh my gosh, it's amazing. If someone were to ask me, what is it that makes Ethereum different, really, from everything else out there, I would say it's the community. It is 100% community, community, community. And that community includes everything that we just heard about, right, from Jamie and others. It also includes the broad base that we have now, broad and deep base, and increasing base of commercial entities. There is no other ledger technology out there that can actually compare. And yes, I'm thinking of Bitcoin as well, right? Bitcoin is largely a currency, but there's been a lot built on top of it. But Ethereum, as this general trust platform, there is nothing that compares, and it's the commitment of that community. It was really fun actually listening to Jamie talk about that, and how we still have that today, and the community and the ecosystem depends on this, right? Anyone who misses that is really missing a key bit of what makes Ethereum what it is today.
So you're now the new executive director of the Enterprise Ethereum Alliance, the EEA. Tell us where you see the EEA going forward from here.
Right. So I think the EEA. So let me start a different way. Every technology, every industry based on a technology needs an alliance for that industry eventually. They need someone who can tell the story of that technology. They need an organization that can provide the space and processes for more formalized standards like we've talked about. So the EEA is really going to be focusing on two main goals, right? One is supporting members directly by helping them to solve problems that are greater than they alone can solve, like I mentioned. And the other is to support Ethereum on behalf of the members. So we all have common problems, right? You've heard about it from multiple presenters today. We all have the problem of explaining what blockchain technology is. We all have the challenge of explaining what Ethereum is. We all have the challenge of explaining why you shouldn't be afraid of Ethereum or blockchain technology, but in fact, why you should be quite excited about what's happening. Okay, these are things that every small startup has to do, and they're frankly wasting their resources, right? Both marketing and sales resources, explaining these same things to everyone all the time. So I focused just on, the general explanations, but this applies at any level, really. Anything that you are doing that someone else in the ecosystem also has to do that is impeding your production of software related to Ethereum, your deployment, your anything having to do with Ethereum is something that we would like to help you work on. And I mean that. We're going to do that by, we're going to be using the working groups and actually expanding what they're able to do so that working groups are not just for technical discussions, they're for any kind of agreement that needs to be established. We're going to work on tightening up the charter development process and allowing for members to propose charters for new groups. We want to get the members, give the members more opportunities to work together and communicate amongst themselves. This is a comment we've heard. For example, I've spoken with a number of chairs of the various working groups in the EA, and every single one has said, boy, we'd love to have a chairs meeting. We'd love to have a way to talk with each other. And I'm like, heck yeah, right. It's just what you heard Jamie saying, right? Groups of people need to get together and talk. And sometimes enterprises have needs, enterprises. I've been trying not to use that word. I know this is enterprise, Ethereum in the enterprise. I'm trying not to use that word because I want to make sure that everyone understands that, we're supportive of all commerce, whether you consider yourself an enterprise or an innovator, we're supportive of you. But basically, we just want to make sure that we can help you to do the work that needs to happen to benefit you and your business.
So I'm going to change tack here slightly. Let's talk about Ethereum 2. Phase 0 of Ethereum 2.0, we hope or expect to be launching later this year, perhaps even early next year, depending, hopefully sooner rather than later. What impact do you think that Ethereum 2.0 is going to have, understanding that its rollout is going to take, complete rollout is probably going to take a couple of years? Tell us about your thinking about Ethereum 2.0, business uses of Ethereum, and the convergence or migration from Ethereum 1.0 to 2.0 for business purposes.
Yeah, as far as the impact, I think the short answer is nobody knows, right? I mean, none of us really know what's going to happen. I do know that it is supremely highly anticipated. It's highly anticipated because it is the future, right? Every time anyone asks of Ethereum today, well, how are you going to deal with the performance issues? How are you going to deal with scalability? How are you going to deal with whatever? There's been some work with ETH 1.x, but in general, the answer is that will be fixed in ETH 2. So I think there's a huge amount of pent-up demand. There's a huge amount of waiting, really, still, to see whether ETH 2 actually lives up to its promise. Obviously, there are, as you say, there are a number of phases, right? ETH 0 is not, phase 0 is not ETH 2. Phase 0 is only phase 0 of ETH 2. There's a lot more to come. But it does also open up the opportunity for additional business models, right? Direct participation in staking, other opportunities for that. It is the story for extensibility, like I mentioned, and I think that is going to enable new opportunities that none of us have considered before. Almost every technology that comes out ends up being used for things that nobody considered when it came out. Even if you look at the internet, what all of us thought about back in the late 90s is nowhere near what all the internet is being used for today. And that includes, by the way, the communications that we are having right now, right? The real-time audio and video streaming and the quality of it, the fact that we're doing this around the world, the fact that Charles can give a presentation despite losing, his internet connectivity, but he can give a presentation from Australia and have it work just as, we're all in different places, right? You and I are on opposite sides of a very large body of water, right? And we're having a live conversation. It's really, really remarkable. So I think the same thing will be true with Ethereum.
Yeah, I'm in Madrid in Spain, and it's 40 degrees Celsius outside, which makes this almost a fireside chat. It's not enough. This is kind of a speculative question, but where do you see, let's say, the evolution of Ethereum 2.0 and consortium projects and enterprise projects all move forward in some kind of optimistic way. What do you see the enterprise and business use of Ethereum as a technology likely to be like, let's say, in a 5-year period?
Right. I think that question is kind of like, I'm going to use the internet as an example. Others have too. I think it's kind of like asking, how will the internet be used in 5 years, and asking that in the 90s. We really don't know. If you were to ask me, where would we see enterprises using Ethereum? I'm actually hopeful and strongly believe that the answer will be, where are we not using it? Okay, and I don't want this to be a marketing statement. This is really a statement that if we all do our jobs correctly, then what you're going to have is Ethereum being embedded in everything. It's going to be like John Wolpert talked about at the beginning, right? It is the state machine, the trust framework for the internet, and it's embedded everywhere. If you ask the average person today, how are you using the internet? There's no way they could tell you all the ways they are using the internet today. So I think that's what's going to happen, and it's up to all of us to make that occur.
I think John Wolpert's comment this morning was wonderful. Ethereum will have achieved the state of boring usefulness.
That's exactly right.
I thought that was funny. Okay, look, we're right on time for, I think, the end of this little discussion. Everybody, all the attendees, it was great to finally have the opportunity to introduce the EEA's new executive director, Dan Burnett. Dan, before we go, do you have a final comment for the attendees and participants?
Just to say thank you. Come check us out. There's a lot changing. We're going to be opening up a lot. You'll see a lot more publicly into the work that we're doing. You're going to see more coming from us, more on our website and so on. So please, check us out over the coming months, and please contact me. I've made a commitment to speak with, or at least reach out to, every member of the EEA within the next few months, which is no small task. And I mean it. I do want to hear from you, and I want to hear, what you need and how we can possibly help you. The one other thing I'll make, and this is a personal thing. I loved Vanessa's presentation. I love the fact that right now we are involved in a technology that began with a social conscience, and we are living in a time in the world when there is need for greater equality, greater opportunity. And so I have a little bit of a challenge to ask for all of you, and that is that you think about that, because I tell you what, just like with the iPhone, where my friend couldn't tell me why I should get one, except he said it changed his life and he was right. I think the same thing is for us, that we can do the same thing and we can change people's lives. And if you do that, you don't have to sell it. It will sell itself. Thank you.
Outstanding. Dan, I want to say thank you very much. Back to our master of ceremonies, Jack Leahy, over to you.
John, we only got just a few minutes until the break. We'll just take a very quick break, and then we're on to our ETH Encore, and we'll be introducing those that will be speaking. So just a minute or two. right, everyone. We got the ETH Encore, final session for today. John, over to you.
Okay, here we are. It's been a long day, a lot of fantastic content here on the 5th birthday of the public Ethereum mainnet. I am delighted to have two fantastic, inspiring guests who have vastly different backgrounds and different, let's say, longevity with the Ethereum platform. On the one hand, we have Joe Lubin, one of Ethereum's founders and the founder of Consensus. And on the other hand, we have a relative newcomer who has been instrumental in informing all of us about how DeFi works, decentralized finance, its promises, author of the Bankless Substack forum and frequent commentator on Twitter. That would be Ryan Sean Adams. Going to start with Joe. Quick question. Here we are 5 years into Ethereum. What has surprised you most along the way? And what has surprised you the least?
John, Ryan, Jack, everybody. Happy birthday, Ethereum. So what has surprised me the least? I would say that the profound impact that we are seeing just really starting to materialize, really starting to gain traction. I was thinking about this earlier today. There was a meetup that Consensus put on sometime in 2015. I'm not sure if it was before platform launch or a little bit after. All of the main Ethereum Foundation personnel were there. I remember a gentleman named Rick Dudley, before he worked for Consensus. He was in the audience and he was trying to pose very difficult problems, but sort of beside the point. He ended up becoming an important contributor to the ecosystem. I was asked something, or maybe I was closing out the session or something like that. It was about what is the import of all this? What is really going to come of all this? And it was the first time that and I remember sort of almost wanting to edit in my head, not being ready to say something like this, but it was the first time that I uttered publicly something which I've uttered many times since, that this profound technology is going to impact every financial, economic, social, and political system on the planet. So I think that's the import. It doesn't surprise me that we're seeing some profound impacts. What has maybe been a little bit surprising is how quickly it's moving, how quickly it's being embraced across the globe and in all sorts of different business and other pursuits. And maybe, when you get different kinds of organizations, including governments and banks and central banks, really looking seriously into the technology. And maybe the most surprising statement that I heard was from a major central banker, from a central bank that is seriously considering the technology, asking us at Consensus whether we think that the systems that they are contemplating would be rejected or weakened or not sufficiently embraced if they were too centrally controlled. So they were really understanding the value of decentralization. So of course they've got to maintain appropriate controls, but they really did appreciate the decentralization and the fuller participation of all the stakeholders in their system.
Inspiring. Ryan, a question for you. You're a relative newcomer to the Ethereum community. Tell us what got you interested in Ethereum, and you've been talking about DeFi for the last couple of years. Where do you see its ultimate destination?
Yeah, that's a great question, John. So for me, it's always been about DeFi. When I first entered crypto and the blockchain ecosystem, it was through Bitcoin. And what I saw in Ethereum in 2016 was really the fulfillment of a huge part of the promise of Bitcoin. We have to remember Bitcoin is the original DeFi system. It's a peer-to-peer money system. That was the title of the white paper, right? But it had some limitations. There were some things that it couldn't do without custody bank type providers. Ethereum makes that entire world programmable. So the concept of a smart contract I saw could do all sorts of things. In 2016, it was fundraising. That was an early DeFi use case, but that was the most basic use case. And now we're seeing over the past couple of years, the ability to unlock all of these other use cases and create, I think for the first time, an open financial system for the world, something that's permissionless, something that's global, something that's supranational. So no individual country owns it. That is such a powerful concept. And I guess, what do I see? Where do I see the ultimate destination of DeFi? I would say in 10 years, we won't call it DeFi. We'll drop the D part. It'll just be finance. Like that's what happened with the internet. And I think we're seeing a similar trajectory, right? So you guys call it e-commerce? I don't call it e-commerce anymore. It's just, I bought something on Amazon. That's how we do things. In the 90s, you had all of these like precursor names. We'll drop that, and DeFi will become the base layer of our entire global financial system. I'm a little bullish on DeFi, as you can tell.
I work for a bank. That could be quite disruptive. Makes me smile. Joe, a question. So from 2014, 2015, that's when companies really started considering blockchain, distributed ledger systems as being potentially useful for their businesses. For example, at Banco Santander, we launched our blockchain lab. I was its first director in 2016. Tell us about the evolution of enterprise uses for Ethereum and where you see that going today.
Yeah, your group at Santander was very, very early. So Consensus has, we started out, it should be clear to indicate, started out as a venture studio trying to figure out how to build decentralized applications and figure out how to wrap companies around decentralized applications when people thought you couldn't really do that. And we have sort of been in the business of being revolutionaries and exploring and building out this technology and supporting revolutionaries. We've also maintained a thesis of convergence right from day one. And even on the Ethereum project early in the Ethereum Foundation, we were happy to talk to anybody that would listen to us. And so it was never about us versus them. It was always about bringing forth a revolutionary technology, supporting the revolutionaries to explore the solution space, and then bringing as many evolutionaries into the ecosystem as well and as quickly as possible. And so we ended up being contacted by different kinds of organizations, including governments and central banks early on. And we ended up putting together a consulting arm, an advisory arm, and doing early work, early 2016, I think, probably late 2015 with organizations like BHP Billiton and with our friends at Block Apps, with John Hancock, with Santander, with you. Interestingly, our good friends at JP Morgan started their explorations of Ethereum on POC5 before the network was launched. So they've been paying a lot of attention, and they've been had a somewhat strong, maybe not maximalist, but strong Ethereum mindset from very early on. And all of this had to take place in private permissioned contexts, just because the technology, like the early days of the internet and the web, just wasn't mature enough, scalable enough, private and confidential enough to support real use cases from real businesses. And so we supported a lot of that, always with the intention of bringing this
mainnet technology into usage universally. And we fully expect that everywhere, it's sort of as John Wolpert indicated, we will see any sort of organization, any sort of user make use of decentralized protocol technologies, not just Ethereum, but decentralized protocols for storage like IPFS and Filecoin, bandwidth, decentralized identity, etc. Just as fluidly on the increasingly decentralized World Wide Web as companies came to embrace the internet technologies and the web technologies. We're making, I think DeFi is the next major wave that is, we're already surfing that one in a pretty big way. And I think what's going to follow very soon on the tail of this, or maybe the crest of this DeFi wave, is the Baseline protocol. So Baseline is a brilliant way of enabling organizations to synchronize their agreements, to synchronize their business processes while keeping all the sensitive information on their side of the firewall, using zero knowledge proofs to sync up those systems on mainnet Ethereum. And the beauty of all this is that you can tokenize everything that is subject to Baseline protocol. So you can tokenize the payment or inventory or invoices. And so look out, Ryan, Enterprise is coming.
Yeah, that's the enterprise way of dipping the toe in the water for DeFi, decentralized finance. There's no doubt that DeFi is exploding right now. It's like a mini parallel financial system that's gaining traction all by itself. And I think that in many respects, many of its developments mirror those of the mainstream financial industry over the past 50 years. Ryan, are you beginning to see more mainstream business getting interested or involved in DeFi, or has that yet to happen? And if it is waiting to happen, the question then is, when does it break into the mainstream?
Okay, so when does it break? I think it breaks into mainstream this cycle, right? So crypto evolution always happens in sort of these adoption waves. We are at the tail end of one adoption wave, and we're about to enter a new adoption wave. From that perspective, we're maybe in the early 1990s of the internet, but from the DeFi perspective, you mentioned this is a parallel financial system. I feel like the finance that we have available to us, the primitives, it's more like we're in the Victorian age. It's more like we're in the 1800s. So we have the ability to do loans right now in DeFi primitives, for example, but those loans have to be collateralized by some backing. So there's no notion of credit. That's a new primitive that DeFi needs in order to continue its trajectory. But I think this cycle, look, we've got a number of things happening. Reddit has 450 million daily active users. They are starting to issue tokens for their subreddit. That wasn't even a thing last cycle. We've got Opera with 350 million users. It's a major browser that now has an Ethereum wallet attached to it. Coinbase itself has 35 million users, 25 million, I believe, users. No, it's 35. It's 35 million users. And there's only about 250 people using DeFi today. So all of those on-ramps, I think, are going to play into the mainstreaming of DeFi in this next cycle. Now, I'm not saying we're going to get all the way to, if you use the internet analogy, to a Facebook this cycle, and people's grandmothers are going to be using this stuff. We're not there yet, but we are going to bring in a whole mainstream adoption wave this next cycle. And all of those different on-ramps will serve a purpose and help users improve the user experience toward that. That's not to mention enterprise. You said, John, it's very disruptive for banks. Yes, but it's also a massive opportunity for banks, like the biggest opportunity for banks, maybe ever, certainly in this generation. So I think the organizations, the enterprises, the banks that are quick on their feet and start embracing this stuff, they'll be at the forefront of this adoption cycle and sort of the next wave. So that's definitely important. It's a huge opportunity for everyone.
So let's talk about Ethereum 2.0. Joe, this is a big, big upgrade of the Ethereum platform. There's a lot of uncertainty associated with it. How should companies that are using Ethereum, be they using the public mainnet like the exchanges and wallet providers or private permissioned networks and deployments, how should they plan for what Ethereum 2.0 will bring? Is it better to be an early adopter or more to play a wait and see role?
Yes, John, it's a massive upgrade, especially massive in terms of scalability, but massive in the sense that it's, I think, finally permanent infrastructure that will augment the web and turn it into an increasingly decentralized web. There are ways to get involved if you're interested in being an early adopter. So you can stake. The Ethereum Foundation's worked really closely with Consensus to build a staking launchpad or platform. I encourage everybody to try to understand, to get involved and try to understand if you're interested or curious in how the infrastructure of the future is going to operate. I would also want to make it clear that organizations that aren't directly in this ecosystem don't need to worry much about Ethereum 2 at this point. Ethereum 1 is already growing enormously scalable via layer 2 roll up and state channel technologies and other systems. And so we're already adding quite a lot of scalability to Ethereum 1, and all of this scalability is going to apply to Ethereum 2, and it's going to be massively magnified by Ethereum 2. So there's, as just an end user, there's nothing to do now and nothing to worry about. The migrations that the Apple Computer Company have made through their history are instructive here. They migrated from Motorola chips to Intel chips, from Mac OS 9 to Mac OS 10, and they're about to move from Intel to Apple Silicon. It was really remarkably smooth for software developers throughout all those transitions. We're going to see the same thing. We're going to see essentially like an operating system like Mac OS or Windows. Ethereum is one system, whether it's Ethereum 1 or Ethereum 2 or Ethereum 3. And we're not going to break that. So there isn't a lot of danger or extremely little danger for application developers and no danger for users, because it will all be managed and it will all be very smoothly constructed, the transition. So you can think of Ethereum as a continuous system, one that is continuously upgraded smoothly. Ethereum 1 is being used as a platform to launch Ethereum 2. Some of the staking happens on Ethereum 1. Ethereum 2 will then turn around fairly soon and make Ethereum 1 better. Under phase 0, it's going to enable faster finalization of transactions, reduced issuance of and therefore, greater security and reduced issuance on Ethereum 1. When phase 1 rolls out, the data availability that the phase 1 shards will provide will be spectacular for the layer 2 systems that are operating on Ethereum 1. And when phase 2 happens, the presence of that execution environment, the sort of completeness of Ethereum 2 will enable a stateless version, and we're moving towards that for Ethereum 1, to be fully absorbed and become essentially a subsystem of Ethereum 2. So applications will continue to operate on Ethereum 1 as it's absorbed into Ethereum 2, and any application developer, just like any Apple application developer, they can keep their system running under what used to be Carbon in the Mac OS 9 to Mac OS 10 transition. And if they want to avail themselves of the new features of the new version of the operating system, they can move to the next system. and achieve greater scalability and more computational capability.
So sounds like a big step up that we're looking forward towards. Ryan, ETH 2.0 and DeFi, is it just a scalability play, or are you thinking that there are other opportunities?
Oh, there's massive opportunities. So, Joe mentioned it, but I think just the idea of proof of stake getting incorporated, and that's coming in phase 0, by the way, that's absolutely massive for another measure of scalability. We talked about security scalability, certainly. So proof of stake is more efficient versus proof of work. Issuance can go down. And that leads to the scalability that I like to talk about most. We talk so much in Ethereum about transactions per second, but there's another type of scalability. And that's what I call economic bandwidth. That's the total value of ETH, the asset, and then all of the ERC20 tokens on top. That doesn't require more transactions per second necessarily. So we've seen bank issued stablecoins grow to approximately $10 billion on Ethereum 1 this year. That provides liquidity to the system. If you're thinking about financial systems, you measure those systems by value. You measure them by liquidity, and that is continuing to expand even as ETH2 is getting shipped. And I think the whole notion of staking, turning ETH into a productive asset, turning it into a capital asset that provides a return, that's going to be a very important primitive that fuels things we want to do in DeFi, like collateralized, trustless collateralized lending, for instance. So super exciting from that perspective too. The scalability that we're going to be bringing that Ethereum's going to be bringing to the table in terms of economic bandwidth and total value that's on this platform.
So it looks like we're right on time to draw today's seminar to a close. I'm going to ask you both one final question. Assuming that, and I'll start with you, Ryan, assuming that we're lucky enough to be here in 5 years' time for the 10th anniversary of Ethereum, what will we be talking about?
Ooh, okay. All right. Are you looking for wild predictions, John, or just like run-of-the-mill predictions?
Well, something wild. Come on, we're all futurists here.
All right. So something wild. I think we're talking about economic bandwidth. I think you see a price of ETH in the trillions. I think you see tens of trillions potentially in ERC20 tokens. I think you see some sort of decentralized. What's that? Am I being conservative, Joe?
Sorry.
I think we see some sort of decentralized exchange, particularly an automated market maker like Uniswap, start delivering trillions in liquidity and being one of the most liquid exchanges in the world. I'm talking like NASDAQ, S&P level. I think we see every major bank having an Ethereum strategy, an ERC20 stablecoin strategy, bond strategy, something. And then I think we see a nation state start the process of issuing a fiat stablecoin on Ethereum. I could go on, but those are 5.
Okay, Joe, you've got your work cut out for you here. Joe, same question, maybe slightly more conservative, or maybe not. If we're lucky enough to be here in 5 years' time for the 10th anniversary of Ethereum, what are we going to be talking about?
Not sure I can be more conservative. So I think we see real traction in the decentralization of the infrastructure for this planet. We're building infrastructure and tools that enable money agreements, smart agents, decentralized identity, decentralized governance. I think we're going to see people, and we're already seeing the early stages of this, build organizations that they have broad agency in, economic agency, political agency. These organizations are going to be more focused. They're going to be able to define their own agendas, raise their own money, execute and achieve their own goals. I think they'll take a lot of the responsibility away from more broadly constructed organizations like governments, for instance, who don't really properly serve 99% of the people. I think we can get much more focused and empower far more people and small organizations. So I see a real sea change in how we operate on this planet to the benefit of many more. I also think 10 years from now that it's going to be a non-event. Now, many, or John and you already pointed out that Ethereum and other decentralized protocol technologies should just be humming in the background, unnoticed effectively, and we'll just care about the things that we're engaged in for our work life and for our leisure life and for political issues, etc. And so I think the biggest thing that we'll notice is maybe on decentralized Google, there'll be a little graphic giving a nod to the 10th birthday of Ethereum. But other than that, we'll just be leading our decentralized lives.
Outstanding, outstanding. Well, it sounds like we've got a lot to look forward to. With that, ladies and gentlemen, to all of our participants and attendees, we're going to draw a close to the first inaugural Enterprise Ethereum Alliance seminar. A couple of, I would say, housekeeping items. Number one, I want to say thank you to all of our wonderful speakers, not just Joe Lubin and Ryan Sean Adams, but many, many other speakers that we've had today. Absolutely outstanding, learned a ton, some of the best content on the internet, no question. Secondly, I want to remind everybody that the EEA is a membership association. We are open to all users of Ethereum technology, even though it says enterprise on the label. It's not just about big business. It's about startups. It's about individual developers. It's about medium-sized companies in different geographies around the world, Latin America, Africa, Asia, Europe, United States, and small countries like Ireland even. I'm Irish originally. So please consider the EEA to be a tremendous resource for learning more about Ethereum technology, getting involved in the specifications, the standards, even the documentation that's going to be necessary for businesses to use this wonderful technology. You can easily find us at eea-eth-alliance.org. And lastly, and certainly not least, I want to thank the production team behind this, led by the staff at the Enterprise Ethereum Alliance, starting with our illustrious Master of Ceremonies, Jack Leahy. Jack, I'm going to pass it back to you. Take it away, close us out. Thank you very much. See you next year, everybody. Happy birthday, Ethereum.
Ryan, Joe, John, thank you so much, guys.
Thank you.
And we look forward to celebrating with the community next year in a similar fashion. So, go out, grab a beer, grab some champagne, whatever you do to celebrate, as we all have the opportunity to celebrate Ethereum's fifth year birthday today. Again, just want to congratulate the entire community for 5 years of unwavering persistence and dedication. And you heard from Dan Burnett, our new executive director of the EEA, and he and I will be holding 2 follow-up webinars on Thursday, August 20th and Friday, August 21st. The purpose of those webinars are to allow folks that are interested in getting involved in the community to hear directly from how we intend to broaden our tent, Dan's future vision for the EEA, and to better understand how we operate internally. Those who will join will be better able to actually participate in a Q&A session, so you can ask Dan or myself whatever it is that you might be interested in. And so you'll find these webinar links in our follow-up email, which will be sent out tomorrow. In the interim, should you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me at any time. Thanks again to all the speakers and everyone for attending today. Till next time.